Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Standing Policy Committee of Public Works on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 to order. My name is Janice Lukes. I'll be chairing the meeting today. Welcome Councillor Eadie, Councillor Sharma. Councillor Chambers is online. We'll make a motion shortly to get him on approved to be online. We've got people in the gallery here, welcome. And then we've got people, I'm sure, watching this meeting online. And I'd like to welcome the public service here too. So I think what we'll do is we'll start with the land and water acknowledgement. And I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and that our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Councillor Eadie, would you like to move the minutes of the last meeting?
Yes, I'll move the minutes of the meeting of September 11, 2025 be taken as read and confirmed.
Favor?
Aye.
Carried. And now I think we need a motion, Councillor Sharma, for Councillor Chambers to be working remotely.
I'll move that motion. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so now we're ready to get into delegations. Perfect. All right. Mr. Clerk, who is our first delegation today?
First, we have Councillor Mays registered. However, he's not in the Zoom meeting and he's not in the gallery.
Okay.
So secondly, we have Councillor Gilroy, who's here to speak to report 9.
Got it. Where is she? In the Zoom?
She's also Zooming, yes.
Okay.
So much fun. And now I'm back doing.
Good morning, Councillor Gilroy.
Good morning. Can you guys see me okay?
You can.
Oh, okay. I have a little bit of issue on my end, but that's fine. We can
Continue. Hot pink. Hot pink.
So I'm here to speak to item number 9, which is really just looking at an extension of the 30 Greenway onto Arlington Street between Portage and Wolseley Avenue. And this is a time when, you know, sometimes councillors have to be results orientated and really think of how we can improve this stretch for the residents that are living on it. This is for those that aren't aware, this is a brand new bus route that is going all the way down Arlington and into a community that has most of it on the bus route is already slowed down to 30 because we have a greenway. And this is an area where most people tend to slow down naturally because it's an area where people understand that speed is a big thing for the community. So most of the cars are going lower than a normal speed on a other street, like a 50. So Transit was very kind. They did lower the speeds for me with the bus on Transit. So they were very kind. They didn't have any problems. It's a very small stretch. So it's not like we have to worry about it slowing down the buses on other routes. It's a very small stretch. They've done it before. The challenge is that it is really complicated to ensure that all the bus drivers, for all the bus drivers to know, because we switch bus drivers often, and so not everyone knows that you gotta slow down during that between Portage and Wolseley. So I'm really looking. I think this is a really simple, cheap solution that the city can actually do to help the residents that are dealing with a new transit route really calm their street. A bus going fast is a lot different than a car going fast, and so it has been difficult for residents. But if we could really just lower it to 30, I'm hoping you won't say we have a study coming and we want to wait for a study, because we all know we don't know when that study will come. We would really like something to be in place right away. And also too, we don't know what the results of that study could be. And because we see this, the community sees this as maybe the extension of a greenway, it really just does make sense. So I'm really hoping that you'll really take a good look at this and see how we can make this better for the community and really think outside the box, because I know sometimes when you deal with bureaucracies, it's hard to make that change, but we as councillors, we understand what it can mean for a community to have small, simple changes that just make sense, that really work for that individual community. So that's what I'm hoping that your discussions will take you to really really understand the Wolseley residents. I know Councillor Lukes has spent some time in Wolseley. And so I really want you to understand that this is a community that really values, you know, slower speeds. And this would do a lot for them to just have these lower speeds along Arlington. And so I'm open to any questions that you might have at this time.
Okay, committee members, Councillor Sharma?
Councillor Gilroy, thank you for your presentation. I just want to clarify, you mentioned that you're hoping we make these changes immediately right away. The motion before us was asking for a report back from yourself.
Well, I think we could make this right away because we're already doing it. Like our transit drivers are putting a notice to transit drivers to slow it down. So I don't feel we really need a report back. What I'm worried about is you waiting to have the big report back that's looking on changing all local streets to 30. I don't want to wait for that. If you're doing a small little kind of report, that's fine, but I don't want this attached to the big report that we have coming up on if we're going to reduce speeds to 30 on local streets, because we don't know when that report's going to come out or the results of that. This is really looking at an extension of a greenway that is already 30. So that's what I'm hoping you'll approve.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
Mr. Eady?
It's just.
Anyway, I'm just gonna do a little bit of, well, first question I have is, so you're extending the Greenway from Wolseley up to Portage, so that's 2 blocks, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I should say 2 long blocks. Those are,
They're actually short blocks. They're not very long. They're not like a long normal city street. They're actually shorter blocks.
they are?
Yeah.
I used
Yeah.
to live on Lenore. It wasn't exactly a short walk from, but,
Yeah.
okay, so what's the condition of that street there? Is it fair, poor, what's?
So the condition is in poor in poor shape, and I did ask that before the bus go on it, that it get redone, but that wasn't the case. But I really don't feel that has any merit to the discussion here. I think we can get some fixing of the road. Once the road is fixed, we know, just as area councillors, we know that people tend to travel faster down those roads. So it's not going to actually improve, I think, what the residents are looking at, which is really the feeling of the bus going faster than you know, it's allowed to go 50. And in that area in particularly, it seems a lot more faster because people tend to lower their speeds in that area overall.
50 on a pretty wrecked street, eh? Anyway, so like, I'm sympathetic here, but I need to point out that there are stretches where the 28 bus, which is what you're talking about, that's the Arlington bus, runs down in front of houses down Arlington from Inkster to, I think it turns at Dufferin now instead of Selkirk, or Selkirk now instead of Dufferin. And then it runs down in front of houses in Councillor Sharma's ward on Sinclair, I believe. I think it still runs down that way. So, and I've got a bus that runs down Inkster, which is a regional road. I know this is a local road, local families, right? But there are families and kids living along Arlington in my ward. So, like, are we
I
setting?
think the difference here.
Are we setting? My question is: are we setting a precedence here that you know, like, because other people are going to hear about, well, we did that there, and then they're going to expect us to do it everywhere. And on some of these places where they say their house is shaky, well, actually, Matheson is a great one. We got a bus running down there, 39 and a 30. I can't remember. Anyway, Jefferson and an Inkster, and they're going down Matheson, which is really bad. And yeah, things shake because the street is really bad, right?
Yeah, the
So-
difference I think in this case than the other areas is we are really connected to the 30 zone on Wolseley. It is a greenway, right? So there's a really, and there's a connection within that community and to that 30 zone. So even if you're traveling on Arlington, if you're living in that community, you are slowing your speeds down. You are not going 50. Right? And that's just because that's the culture of that community. So when a bus travels, a bus seems a lot faster, even if it's going 45, it seems a lot faster than a car. So my argument to that is I would agree that there are areas where the bus is traveling around houses, but this area in particular, because it's connection to the greenway and it's a very large, like this greenway is used all year round. Like a lot of people are cycling down the street already to get to the greenway. It just makes sense.
Right, so it's like, well, I'll ask the administration, but
Matheson is
just so you know, Matheson is connected to a greenway along Scotia. Just want you to know that, that's all.
And I'd be supportive
not
of
a
doing that
designated-
there too,
It's not a
Councillor. I'd
designated,
be totally supportive of that.
well, the Matheson is not a designated path off of the greenway. Seven Oaks Avenue is, but it's not a greenway. Seven Oaks Avenue is considered and gets a snow plowed so that cyclists can use that to get to Main Street off of Scotia, but Matheson isn't, so what street gets you from Wolseley up to Portage Avenue? It's actually snow plowed, like active transportation level of snow clearing.
Arlington.
It is Arlington.
Yeah, that's the only route.
Okay, so it's not Lenore or
No, like
He's
we
not
have
Lenore.
we have another route that is the Ruby Banning route, but it wouldn't have the same level of snow clearing as Arlington. And
Is
like
that
we
the
have
next
so many
street?
kids taking the like riding it to school, right? Because we have 3 schools along Wolseley. So
No, I understand. I used to live across from Lower Secret.
Yeah.
So Ruby is the next street west of Arlington.
no, there's a couple of streets in there, but
It's the one
Close,
between,
close, yeah.
between Lenore and Arlington,
yeah, it's close.
right? Anyway, thanks.
Okay, so I just want to add a couple comments here, Councillor Gilroy. So I totally hear you. We're going to ask the department where we're at with the 30-40K residential speed study that's been underway that I think is coming in forward in December or January. We're going to hear from them on when that's happening. I totally get that you don't want it punted to a big study or the tail end of a study. I get that. I do hear Councillor Edie's point in that, okay, if we do one, we'll be fighting them off at the door to do more because transit's on many, many streets in the city of Winnipeg. And there'll be lots of good sort of scenarios like yours being part of a greenway already, right? Like I get that. I totally get that. I'll let the siren go by. Now, one thing I want to note is that we have to have an amending bylaw in place to do this. For any speed changes go to council, okay? They don't end here. I wish they did, they don't. So we have to have an amending bylaw that council votes on. So that means they have to come back with some kind of report and an amending bylaw. Like that's just the way it's set up, okay? So we can't decide here today.
Yeah.
I just want to put it on the record because I did come out with you to Wolseley and we did talk about possibility of tweaks and adjustments and such. And I'm really open to this. There's a few of us here that are big supporters of slowing down the speed on residential streets. This is a collector, but to your point, it's a couple blocks long. It collects the 30K, or it's part of a greenway. So it totally makes sense. But our hands are tied at Public Works that it has to go off for amending bylaw and a report, okay? So
Okay.
we'll talk to the staff, but probably what's gonna percolate out of all of this is we'll say to the staff, go away, come back with your report and hopefully you're amending bylaw, but we'll see what they have to say because to Councillor Edie's point about Matheson, and I'm sure there's other ones somewhere in the
Lots.
cooker here, there'll be lots, probably everyone where there is a greenway that attaches to a greenway, I'm not sure, but they're gonna have to look at it. I've not seen yet at this committee since we've had the ability to change speeds where we haven't, because we can't, it has to go to council and it has to have a report. So that's probably what's gonna happen. I don't know if you have any comments on that, it's kind of out of our control, but
Yeah, I understand if you needed a small report. I wasn't aware that the other report is gonna come back in December.
maybe January, I'm not sure.
You know, so we've been waiting a long time, so I wasn't sure when that report was gonna come back. I just think that also, like, you gotta look at your 311 data. Like, not everyone's asking for these changes. Some people might not want that, right? But this community clearly has asked for this change. You just need to, look at your 311 data. So, it's trying to mitigate some of the issues we're seeing. One of the things, if you can ask transit, in your discussions, is if there is a way to, because if I don't win this, I'd really like to ensure that I can get this bus to 30. Is there something more the city can do to ask its bus drivers
Right.
To keep it to 30? If that's something you can maybe
Right.
ask them about, because they
Sure.
were kind enough, it did work for a little while.
Right.
But it depends on who the drivers are, right? Sometimes if they're.
I know, I've encountered that issue in one of my neighborhoods whereby they were flying over speed tables, transit was, to try and make their schedule and keep on their schedule and keep on time. So we asked them to slow it down. It was very sporadic because, there's many different drivers that drive the route. Some remember, some don't. I don't know, the sign falls off and no one reads it to slow down. I'm not sure, but I hear exactly what you're saying because I had that same scenario unfold. So, and I think Councillor Chambers, do you have a question? Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Lukes, and through you to the delegation. Councillor Gilroy, you mentioned the 311 data as well. I've been receiving a lot of emails, I guess, from residents in your constituency. Again, this is more about safety and livability issues in terms of how the houses are impacted with the vibrations.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so
It's more than just the vibrations, so I want everyone to understand that it's more than just the vibrations, because I don't want you to think fixing the road's gonna solve the problem. It is the speeds, just because they have such a large number of people that do active transportation there, kids on bikes and stuff, there's just that worry,
Okay, so it is leaning more on the safety side of things in terms of reducing that speed because of all of the activity on that corridor.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. One thing else I wanted to add for your residents, okay? Now, I did get this from a couple residents and I just want to put this on the record, okay? So, and I know there's a lot of information that flows and people don't always pick the right information up in media and they don't always sit here in the committees and listen to it all. But I do want people to understand that it was myself and I believe it was Councillor Sharma that got extended routes in this past budget. Last year's budget. Started last fall. So people felt that because I was the chair, I was saying, hey, I need an extension in my ward. But that was like a 2-year project, analysis in the making, and it finally passed in budget. So just want people to be clear, thinking that just because I'm chair, I can't magically get an extended route in my ward and not do something for someone else's ward. I want them to be clear that I support transit and have basically supported every single transit motion that's come forward, and that I'm not favoring any one ward over the other. And that I am very supportive of lower speeds. So I just want to put that on the record because I've been getting a lot of emails. I love the people in Wolseley, but sometimes the information gets a little not clear, right? So, and I can't keep up with all the emails to respond sometimes. Anyways, I just wanted to put it on the record today. Okay, so we'll look, it's not going to be decided today, as you heard, because we need an amending bylaw, but we'll go down this route with the public service and see what they have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Super. Thanks, Councillor Gilroy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Next delegation.
Next delegation in person, Mr. Chris Lawrence.
Alrighty.
And he is to be heard with respect to report 4, which is Route 90 improvements, Taylor Avenue to Ness Avenue, value for money, study findings, and next steps.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Standing Committee Administration. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the MHCA to support the recommendations in item number 4 related to the improvements to Route 90. At the outset, I do wish to compliment Jim Berezowski and Andrew Condon, the principal authors of the report. It is thorough, to the point, and in our opinion, complete. We did submit a letter in support ahead of this meeting, so I won't read it. I do hope you've had the opportunity to reflect on its contents. I do want to highlight a couple of key points. This project is literally decades in the making, beginning from its inception. It was part of a planning process that anticipated Kenaston becoming a major corridor for the city of Winnipeg, and that is what has exactly happened. The bridges are aging, and they are in need of significant rehabilitation. I believe the south span is older than I am, and I'm pretty old. Line drainage upgrades are required in order to enable the development along the west side of Kenaston. The street improvements are required in order to support 80,000 plus vehicles and growing. The busiest street in the city of Winnipeg, Regional Street Trade Corridor. It supports both public and active transportation investments consistent with city policies. It prevents and mitigates against the use of side residential streets to avoid the congestion that is now rampant and has been for many, many years on Kenaston. These are all real and tangible long-term benefits. The preliminary design, as you know, was adopted in 24. It is referenced as a high priority in the 2025 Adopted Transportation Master Plan for years 24-33, and the Transportation Master Plan itself was the subject matter of a considerable multi-year effort. It's consistent with the goals in our Winnipeg. It supports your own Strategic Priorities Action Plan item 2.12 in particular. It's a key trade route, a connector. It moves goods, products, and services to and from market and people to and from intended places of destination. And as I noted, it supports and enables the development of the lands on the west side of Keewatin. As for the cost, the argument that needs to be made is that Manitoba and Ottawa have a significant responsibility to support its capital funding. Manitoba and Ottawa are the immediate beneficiaries and ongoing beneficiaries of this investment, which serves to augment existing trade activities and generates a variety of revenues, taxation, growth, etc., by which they are immediate beneficiaries. So they have a clear responsibility. So on the issue of cost, frankly, the only noise that should arise from this discussion is the level of support that the federal and provincial government should come to the table with, not whether or not you proceed with the project. And as to revenues, we yet again repeat the call for the mayor and council to institute a chief economic development officer at the C-suite level to lead, marshal, and champion economic development strategies, reporting through the CAO to an SPC of council. It could be perhaps a reconstituted or remandated EPC that includes matters related to planning and priorities, not unlike cabinets at the provincial and federal levels, chaired by the mayor, mandated to address all matters related to growth, harnessing budgets and land use policies in support of those objectives. It is important in our judgment, and not just in ours, for Winnipeg to act with Manitoba and the capital region as economic growth partners, vesting and investing in growth to expand the size of the tax base, and then concurrently and legitimately make the public case for a new fiscal deal with Manitoba and Ottawa. This is your moment to lead, your moment for leadership. We are ready, willing, and able to assist and support. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay,
All within the 5 minutes.
that's very good. Wow. Okay, committee members, Route 90, decades in the making, decades. Do we have any comments? Discussion? Councillor Eady?
I do have a question.
By the way, thank you for Selkirk, Councillor.
Oh, that's
Long overdue.
Finally. Now we just need Jarvis finished.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm not gonna get into the Taylor to Ness. It's been considered a very long time. And, you know, I have sympathy for bridges that are, slowly becoming, extinct. But, anyway, I just want to clear, so I understand the proposal because like there should be, I don't know if there'll be more economic development along Denniston that isn't already being considered and, you know, funding or whatever would have to be done. It's a matter of moving trade and worker traffic, that kind of thing. But you've been referring now for a few years to us having a economic development senior manager. I see that as a duplication of things like economic development Winnipeg and tourism is doing. You know, so we work with that. We're invited. They have a new strategy, and there we are. They came out and all that kind of stuff. And within the city, we do have people who are looking at economic development. Not all the, you know, we have some very good economists actually working in policy sections and doing that kind of stuff as well, right? But like, I'd hate to spend more money on like more money on this kind of thing. There's already those particular things happening, like the real estate board is all about you know, residential development and so on. So like, yeah. So really, can you help me out? I see it as a duplication of services already provided.
Your question is multi-layered. I'll try to deal with as many as I can.
It's
Whether or not the economic development, Winnipeg and tourism exists doesn't change the fact that the city has a responsibility to focus on growing the economy. You can't, as a city, in my view, go to the province, hand extended, asking for more money, when you are not at the same time focusing in partnership with the city of Winnipeg and capital region communities in growing the size of the economy that increases the revenues, that makes the case legitimate for the city of Winnipeg to ask for a new fiscal deal. The constraints under which you are operating now are turn of century. And what municipalities were responsible for, what they owned, what they invested in at the turn of the century are vastly different from what they are today. And budgets can't simply be about, we need to spend here, we need to spend there, we need to spend there. First of all, you need to lose the term spend and replace it with invest. Secondly, you need to harness a combination of land use and economic policies to grow the size of the pie, to make the case to the province that you are part of their fiscal dilemma solution by growing the economy. And that does not exist. That culture does not exist at the city of Winnipeg. I'm not being critical. This is a problem that faces urban centers right across the country. And I think the city of Winnipeg has an opportunity to take a leadership role, and it should.
So the mayor and I am chairing Water, Waste and Environment. The number one major project that needs to get done if you want to see both commercial and residential growth of the city is we're still looking for $1.5 billion to finish off that plant. We're working hard towards that. So you're saying that's old school. We know that in order for the city to grow, we have to deal with all the waste that's coming out of that growth, right?
It's not old school. It's a practical reality that faces the city of Winnipeg. And it's facing that challenge without the context of a growth strategy that the city of Winnipeg marshals. There's nothing wrong with reaching out to economic development Winnipeg and tourism as it's now framed for advice and as a resource, but you have respectfully an in-house responsibility to ensure that a focus of the city of Winnipeg is to harness your zoning bylaws, your land use strategies, your budgets to support growth so that you can go legitimately and make the public case with the provincial government that because you are a partner in growth, you should be benefiting by that investment in growth. And a classic example of that is Centerport South. The city of Winnipeg is investing $70 million, 40 of that coming from the province, to extend sewer and water into Centerport South. Why? Because without the investment in that infrastructure, the $1 billion+ of investment that will come to that footprint won't count. The counterexample to that, or the equivalent example to that, is the investment that was made by Rosser, a little RM of Rosser, 1,200 people who bit the bullet, adopted a local improvement levy. The province, the city, and Ottawa invested $232 million in Centerport Canada Way, far exceeding travel counts that were anticipated. $1.5 billion with a B dollars of private sector investment without any public sector incentives.
Okay, we need to stay on Route 90.
Anyway, well, and Route 90 is part of that south and north, so it's
As is
Chief
Chief
Trail
Douglas.
extension and whatever.
Yeah.
But you just made a point that I'm trying to make. The city was, and we worked with the province to try to get the money. So rather than the water bill payers paying for the expansion of a commercial area and the creation of a new greenfield neighborhood, right? We did that. So was there something wrong with that?
It's
Like we
concerted.
pushed for that. Like, is there something wrong with that?
It's concerted versus ad hoc. If you hadn't had champions like Councillor Gillingham, I'm not sure where the investment in Centerport would have been today. You need a concerted effort strategy led at the senior C-suite level, reporting to a standing policy committee charged with the oversight of all things economic growth. You can't talk about expenditures and fiscal stability and strength if you're not growing the size of the tax base and benefiting by its growth. It's simple.
Okay, Councillor Chambers has a Route 90 question. Anyone else? Councillor Sharma, any questions or?
Possibly after.
Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you very much for the delegation this morning, Chris. I'm not certain if you're aware that on the weekend, of course, we had quite a bit of rain that took place in our city. And right at that intersection leading off to Academy, if you were heading southbound, was all blocked off. And it created quite a traffic jam. And I mean, that was on a Sunday. Had it been during a weekday, I shudder to think just how much traffic would have been backed up. It would have been closed in that entire area with respect to the amount of water that was, on Route 90 or leading off to Academy. So this is very timely, and I recognize the fact that we have the Arlington Street Bridge and the Louise Bridge that need repairs. But again, in terms of the economic growth of our city, and this being a trade corridor, that expansion is necessary. If not just for the economic benefits that will ensue, as well as the failing infrastructure that we have, as evident by the rainfall that took place over the weekend and the flooding in that area. So again, I support the city moving forward and getting partnerships with the province, with the federal government to get more dollars for this expansion to happen. And again, the infrastructure that's being considered for Centerport South, again, is critically important, as you've mentioned. With the tariffs that we have in place now and the U.S. administration placing tariffs on everything from soup to nuts, Centerport is becoming a very key piece in the province's economic strategy in terms of moving goods north to Churchill and then through to European markets. So again, I support this project, hoping that, again, it's maybe something that can be considered as one of the projects in the Prime Minister's, big projects across the nation. And again, every little bit helps in terms of improving the economy, improving the ability to flow goods and services through that corridor. So thank you for your delegation this morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Just also appreciate your continued advocacy, Chris, on this file. I echo the comments you made. It is a trade corridor, as is Chief Peguis Trail. You've been here continually over the last several years speaking on both files, and it does support our strategic priorities that Council outlined a few years ago. Can you just elaborate and tell us, and you may have mentioned it already, your advocacy to the other levels of government, specifically on this file?
Oh gosh, at the federal level, our association was instrumental in putting together a brief under the title Canada Trade Infrastructure Plan, CTIP, which speaks to the federal responsibility to partner with provincial, municipal governments and the private sector in investing in Canada's trade gateways and corridors, which could include assets like Route 90, Peguis, the bypass around Headingley, certainly the investments in Churchill. We took that to provincial premiers in January of 23 and asked that it be placed on the Council of the Federation agenda when it met in July of 23 in Winnipeg. And the Council of the Federation unanimously adopted the proposition that we needed that strategy. At the provincial level, we are in constant communication and discussion with a variety of ministers, finance, ECDEV, the Premier's office, transportation, their deputies and senior individuals, championing the notion that there needs to be an economic partnership between the city and the province, that there should be an expectation from the province that the city is an economic growth partner, and that a reward is a realigned fiscal arrangement as between Winnipeg and Manitoba to reflect the city's economic growth partnership. It is a refrain that we have made for many years. It is gaining acceptance. And I think a final step that would help coalesce all of these things is the city moving in the direction of the Chief Economic Development Officer. For many years, the argument against was, well, we don't have an ECDEV strategy from the province, and that's true. The Canoe government, to its credit, just released its ECDEV strategy. You can like it, dislike it, you can like parts of it, dislike other parts of it. The point is they have an ECDEV strategy. The point is that they recognize the role that municipalities can and should play in growing the economy. If they recognize that, and they do that both internally and harnessing EDW, there's no reason, there's no argument, there's no logic for the city to say that's somebody else's responsibility. It's ours as well.
Thank you. Thanks for framing that once again for the public record. Madam Chair, back to you.
Councillor Eady has a question. And are we staying on Route 9 here?
Anyway, I'll just make a comment. If the province didn't recognize that Winnipeg is one of the biggest economic generating and surrounding metro areas, and the main crux of economic development, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
Just
So
an interesting
just
fact,
say it.
67% of the GDP is the capital region, 75% of the population is the capital region.
Yeah.
We are the cog that moves the economy, and we should be recognized for that.
we drive
We should partner with the province to ensure that that grows
Yeah.
and partner in the sharing of revenues appropriately.
we're trying that, yeah. Okay, good.
I'm going to invite you to be my guest on November 4th to the announcement of the economic plan that Tourism Winnipeg and Winnipeg has. So we'll talk about that.
I look forward to that.
Okay, so let's go back to Route 90. So I'm going to ask the department this, but I'll ask you just to, cost benefit analysis. So if we were to look at just the bridge, how do you understand how their cost benefit analysis works? I mean, they're doing it on the whole project. But if a person was just to replace the bridge, like as noted in the report, if we just replace the bridge, the costs, of course, will increase. But I'm not sure, like, how do you expect a great cost benefit analysis out of something you're just replacing?
You know, cost benefit can be a mischievous argument. You have to look at the asset that you're talking about and ask yourself, in what context are we making the investment? To what end objective? To what purpose? Can you imagine the founding fathers making the decision to build the CP main line and looking at the drawings and going, oh, Winnipeg to Portage la Prairie. There's nothing between Winnipeg and Portage la Prairie. There's no ROI to us to build the main line between Winnipeg and Portage la Prairie. Yeah, there may not be, but in the context of the entire project, you can't have gaps in the system. Not investing in Kenaston is acknowledging that you are prepared to have gaps in the system. And you can't have gaps in the system and expect the economy to function. The World Economic Forum in 2009, as an example, rated Canada as the 9th most reliable supply chain trading partner. That was in part because the federal government with the provinces and the municipalities invested sustainably and predictably and incrementally in trade gateways and corridors. So we were 9th best. We patted ourselves on the back as a country, did almost nothing since then. And by 2019, our global reputation as a trading partner, and we rely on trade. 67% of Canada's GDP is trade, 57% of Manitoba's economy is GDP. We fell from 9th best to 32nd best, ahead of only, actually behind Azerbaijan. The United States dropped a couple of points. The Biden administration introduced $1 trillion plus program to shore up the ability of that economy to move goods and products. So you have to look at it in the big picture, and the big picture requires the decisions that you've already made.
Yes.
You supported the designs, you looked at it through the transportation master plan. It's in our Winnipeg, it's in your strategic priorities. You've made those decisions, you've made those calculated future planning decisions. Now it's time to execute.
Okay, and I totally agree with the big picture. I was just curious on the cost benefit perspective from you, and I'll ask the department. Now, another thing here that is a problem, we have 150 million left in our debt, allowable debt. So, and of course, as you know, as Councillor Eadie pointed out, we've got 1.5 billion for water and waste that we're looking for money partners on. So, and we know this has been decades. Long before I was elected, I was commenting on this plan. So it's been decades in evolving. This report's asking for us to find $5 million in the budget process to start the property acquisitions along Kenaston. So I'm supportive of moving this forward. Like, I will vote to move this forward. It won't happen unless we have other levels of support from government for funding. So, you know, and I think the department and the consultants that they hired to do this were pretty clear in saying that, you know, if you only did the bridge, X amount of cost. If you, did the drainage, the land drainage, there's the cost. So I'm going to support moving it forward. I don't know where the money will come from, but I think the majority of council has supported this, and will continue moving it forward and see where the cards fall ultimately. I do support this from a bigger picture perspective, and it's not always easy to see the bigger picture perspective in most not most, but many people see the neighborhood or that end of Winnipeg, those perspectives, but in the bigger picture, I do really believe this is an important corridor that we improve upon.
In the big picture, think of decisions that your colleagues made in as councils decades ago. Assiniboine Park, the aqueduct, Premier Duff Roblin and
No
the
freeways.
floodway expansion. The 74 failed decision
Yeah.
not to plan for transportation corridors going forward. There were political consequences for the councillors who built the Assiniboine Park, who built the aqueduct. There was all kinds of political pressure on Roblin when he was talking about the ditch. These were all wise decisions. They're not necessarily easy decisions to make at the time, but they are important decisions. And in the context of Kenaston, this is not something that's come up, oh gosh, we need to improve Kenaston. This is part of a big picture that was begun by your predecessors in shaping and planning for Kenaston, setting aside lands for the future extension, not unlike the Bill Clement, not freeway, but regional street, what I can't remember, seniors moment. Not unlike that, not unlike setting aside lands for Peguis, not unlike setting aside lands and planning for your inner ring road system, because you have to contemplate growth
No.
and big picture costs, but it's an investment that keeps returning.
So one last question I'm curious to hear your perspective on is the fact that it came back not to be a P3. Any insight on that from your
No,
perspective?
I don't. I have to assume that Deloitte did the due diligence that it was asked to do and concluded that for the purposes of this particular project, the manner in which they have allocated the contracts through design bid build makes the most sense.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your perspective and your comments.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
I'll
Good morning.
send you that invitation to economic development. Okay,
Is Councillor Mays back or?
No.
okay.
So next to be heard on the same item, but in opposition, we have Nick Portangen via Zoom.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Nick. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll just my name is Nick Portangen. Just
Hey, Nick, you know what? Nick,
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 hard to say.
hold on here. Nick,
So I have a few comments.
Nick, we can't, like, maybe turn your video off because you're breaking up. We can't really hear you. Can't hear you.
How about now? Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, keep talking.
Hello?
See.
All right. Are we good now?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Better.
I can turn the video off if that's better.
Try that. Try turning the video off.
Okay. How's the talking now?
So far, so good.
All right. Okay. So I left my notes behind to run outside, but I'll try and go from memory. Basically, I'm just concerned, like I've talked about this before when I've come to council and these meetings, but obviously the cost benefit analysis shows that just by a numbers, like a math problem, this doesn't really make sense. We're going to spend $750 million for an investment that in 50 years works out to $10 million in economic growth. That sounds like a horrible investment. I do want to say, like, we're having a lot of bridges not like run out of commission. We obviously need to fix those. And then I would also say, budgets are a good thing. You know, they give us limits. They force us to be creative and to think of solutions. And so when we can't afford things, which clearly we can't afford this, I think it would be helpful to think about other alternatives. Like, it's not a gap in the system. We still do actually have a road there, unlike what Chris was saying. And we do have a bridge. The bridge needs to be fixed. The road needs to be repaired, but it doesn't need to be widened. We could do things like congestion pricing. We could do things like allowing trucks to get through there, even though arguably it's not really a trade route. And then I would also say, like, the way that Chris characterized, like, politicians making bold choices, obviously the mayor campaigned on this, but he campaigned on doing a cost benefit analysis, which I think for anyone, just like a layperson reading that and seeing the cost and the benefit, it's very low. And so I think there's political cover to say, hey, the numbers don't work. We can't actually do this. And like the bold decision is actually saying no to this project because obviously there's pressure from the mayor and the EPC to push this through, but it just, the math doesn't work. It's a large expenditure. The mayor raised taxes essentially so that we could increase our debt to income ratio. And so now we're paying more taxes so we can take on even more debt. And I think that's a problem. And then, yeah, I think the bold decision would be to say no and try and think creatively about alternatives. There is a road. We can make things work. And I would just ask for you to consider that. I know some have already stated they're going to pass this and push this through. One other thing, which maybe makes me sound a little bit granola or hippie, but there's a lot of really beautiful oak trees that are probably 100 to 150 years old on that land that's going to be expropriated. And that takes a long time to get back. And we had the land and water acknowledgement at the beginning of this meeting. And I would just harken back to thinking about that and considering about all of our neighbors, constituents, friends, plants, animals, all of those things that are important to how we live as a city. So I'll leave that there. I know I'm probably out of time, but thanks for taking the time and thanks for this meeting and for having this public forum. I do appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. I appreciate you coming down. And you're right, it is a bold decision. If either one is a bold decision, right? Either one is a bold decision. So committee members, do you have any questions for Nick? Any questions for Nick? Okay, there's no questions for you, Nick. Thank you very much for your signing up and for putting your comments on the record.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Next, also in opposition on the same item, Kayla Flockton. Not seeing Kayla in the gallery or online.
Okay,
Then we can move on to Rebecca Forgan,
yes.
who is to be heard in support of Report 9, which is speed limit Arlington Street from Portage Avenue to Wolseley Avenue.
Okay,
If you can just grab a seat at the end there.
Hello, councillors, Luke's Chambers, Ross and Sharma. My name is Rebecca Forgan, and I've lived on Arlington Street between Preston and Westminster in Wolseley for almost 16 years. I'm very pleased to be here this morning and have the opportunity to voice my support for the motion to reduce the speed to 30 kilometers an hour on Arlington Street south of Portage. There were many neighbors who wanted to be here today but could not, so I'm here on behalf of my community as well. I'd like to share some context and facts with you. When the city launched the overhaul of the transit system this summer, one of the changes is that Arlington Street, south of Portage, became a bus route with up to 100 buses going up and down the 650-meter, 3-block stretch daily in both directions. That is on average one bus every 10 minutes that careens down the street at 50 kilometers an hour and sometimes faster from 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Homes on Arlington are on average 120 years old with stone foundations and sit roughly 30 feet from the curb. These homes were not built to withstand the heavy traffic of 100 13-ton buses passing so close by. Houses are shaking, windows and doors are rattling, pets are stressed. We are shaking in our beds. It is constant and relentless from very early in the morning to late into the night. Imagine being woken up every morning at 5:30 a.m. or being prevented from falling asleep. Winnipeg Transit implemented a reduced speed order for buses on the stretch of Arlington from Portage to Wolseley at Councillor Gilroy's request. Yes, you heard that correctly. Buses are already supposed to be going 30 kilometers. This is in place and has been since July, and yet the buses did not slow down. So many reports of speeding buses and other incidents were made to 311. The transit sent a chief inspector to monitor speeds. And yet the buses did not slow down. So here we are, asking you to vote yes to complete that reduced speed order that is already in place and make it the law. Yes, this will also mean that the rest of traffic will have to go slower, but that's not a bad thing. We have noticed an uptick in volume and speed, perhaps because the street now feels more like a main route than a residential one. This is a community with an extremely high ratio of cyclists and pedestrians, and there have already been so many close calls involving buses. For the safety of all the young children that play in the unfenced front yards and sidewalks, as is typical in Wolseley, this would also be a win. Another thing to note is that the bus turns east onto Wolseley from Arlington to continue its trajectory. Wolseley is a greenway and the speed limit is 30 kilometers an hour. Setting the speed on Arlington South to 30 is a natural progression, and it unifies the portion of the 28 bus that travels within the residential community of Wolseley. Arlington South of Portage is a narrow 1.5 lane residential local street as designated by the city's Transportation Standards Manual. As per this designation set out in the city's very own standards, Arlington South is not suitable as a bus route. And the impact of this is evident for so many reasons. The city has a duty of care to all of its citizens to mitigate harm. This motion is an easy and economical concession, which will have tremendous impact, and we need your help. The road quality on Arlington is described as fair. I'm sure that you all know that's not good. If the vibrations from a bus going 50 kilometers an hour are causing our homes to shake, the road beneath that bus is also shaking, and the infrastructure below that road, which houses precarious and ancient pipes, is also shaking. Community members had big concerns prior to this route being finalized, which were passionately expressed at the time with facts given and alternative options suggested. But we were asked to just try this new route for a year. And in exchange, we were promised repeatedly that our concerns would be listened to and changes made if needed. Although it has not been a year, there have been many impactful negative repercussions that have arisen from the bus route on South Arlington. It's only been 3 months, and some homes have developed cracks in ceilings and walls that were not previously there. We are desperately asking for your help now. The city has already made some changes and some tweaks to the new transit formula in other regards, and we implore you to implement this one as well. I'll say that when a bus does obey the reduced order speed and travels at 30 kilometers or close to it, we feel that difference across the board. This speed reduction will give us a modicum of peace back
Could you wind
in the
up?
forms of sleep, absolutely, noise levels, community safety, and protection of our homes. Not to mention gentler wear on the roads and underground infrastructure. It's a no-brainer. It's a win for everyone. It's a small ask for a huge impact on our quality of life and our community safety. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Committee members, does anyone have any comments? Councillor Chambers.
Yes, thank you for your delegation this morning. Again, I asked the councillor when she presented whether this was a matter of safety or whether it's a matter of livability. Your comments this morning seem to border more on the livability side of it. Perhaps you can comment on the safety side of it.
It's actually, I would say that it's something that's fairly equal across the board. It's multifaceted. Buses, we have seen buses narrowly miss pedestrians. They're not used to traveling on these types of streets. It's been 3 months. There are incidents that are reported by many neighbors right at the corner of Wolseley and Arlington. There have been incidences of cars going behind a cyclist and they're going slow because the cyclist is going slow and the lane is too narrow. Buses have pulled out in front of those cars and realized that there's a cyclist there. I have been honked at by a bus when trying to get something out of my vehicle because the door is open and they can't get around me. It is too small a street for it to be on Wolseley South. Another issue is some of the placements of the buses, of the bus stops just south of Arlington are right beside each other. That has cars coming from the north side of Portage on Arlington traveling south. And if there are buses stopped there, They cannot, the bus stop is right there. They cannot get through. There have been incidences of cars stuck in the intersection, whether or not they should be going in the intersection. There are cars that are trying to turn right onto Arlington going south, and there's a bus there, so they try to go around and they come up against another car. Yes, people should be more careful, but they're just these giant, there are these giant vehicles that block viewpoints, sight lines, and just if there is an incident, which we really fear that there will be, the repercussions will be detrimental. There are some very young children on Arlington, and even though you can drill it into their heads to be safe and to not run into the street, a ball goes in, something happens, and you know, there's parents that are very concerned.
So one of the things that you mentioned, I think, is a distinction that is noteworthy, is the fact that this is an older community. It's an older neighborhood. And the setbacks from the street are a lot less than, say, in my neighborhood, which was built in the late 2000s or early 2000s. So that is something that is noteworthy as well. The fact that the houses are actually closer to the street where these buses are going, are traveling on at high rates of speed.
100%. And we live in our front yards. Most houses in Wolseley have front porches. So as far as your comment about livability, I mean, I built a beautiful front porch about 8 years ago. I enjoy it, even though there is traffic on Wolseley, on Arlington. It makes it a lot less enjoyable now. Kids play in the front yards, and most of the yards are not fenced in Wolseley. So we don't have, like in newer neighborhoods, we don't have the garages that sort of buffer our houses. We don't have that noise barrier that buffers our houses. Our living rooms are right there. Our bedrooms are right there. So it's like we're living on the street with those buses, and you hear it in the house. When you're speeding, when they are going by and you're outside, you cannot have a conversation. Just like Councillor Loops at the beginning, the ambulance went by and she paused. That's what we have to do when we are in Wolseley and a bus goes by. You can't hear, and even inside, that noise level is continuing. A 40-foot diesel bus made by New Flyer that City of Winnipeg uses, when going 50 kilometers an hour on a fair road, it emits about 75 to 80 decibels. That is a very loud bus. Inside, it is obviously muted, but the impacts are still impactful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, committee members? So thank you very much, Rebecca, for your presentation. I did go to Wolseley. I don't know if you were at that meeting that we held.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we are trying to do adjustments, tweaks, modifications, whatever. And as you maybe heard earlier, I'm amending bylaw. So we can't decide at this committee today. Okay, so because it has to go to council. So we have to let the department go back, write up the amending bylaw, look at the scenario. You made a very good point. I know we've got the public service here who are listening to you about the buses piling, stacking, right? So that's something for them to note also. But I mean, I'm very supportive of slower speeds. I know that it's hard to get every single driver to slow down because there's so many drivers on the different shifts. Like I mentioned to Councillor Gilroy, I went trying to do that, and it just kind of, it's not. So some days you're lucky with a driver that gets it and it slows down, other days not. But what would change it is the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
That would change it. So what we'll do is
I agree. I mean, if a bus driver who needs their license to do their job, to earn their living, if it's an order from within the department, there aren't any legal repercussions. If they're driving and there are, once in a while, there are police that kind of do stop checks when people are rolling through stop signs, and maybe they would do that as well. Part of a program, usually they give warnings when the speed changes. But if bus drivers are not going the speed and they get a ticket, they can't do their job. So they have to take this seriously. This is something that is
Oh, yeah.
serious. So
Yes.
that, you say that in your community, they're ignoring it, maybe the signs fell down. There aren't any signs. But so this is a way for them to take it seriously.
Yeah.
And, I understand that you don't want this to be a one-off but it is.
So you have a lot of unique scenarios.
Yeah, it's a special scenario, absolutely. So I do appreciate your acknowledgement of that, with our unique situation.
Yeah, and I mean, others do too, and this is why the department has to look at it and
Yes.
just do an analysis, put that lens on it, and then come back with a bylaw if that is the recommendation, okay? So they're here, Transit's here in the room, so people are listening. I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely
Okay.
day.
All right, Mr. Clerk, our next delegation, please.
Next delegation, also in support of the same item, is Marguerite Roger.
Okay. Hello there. Good morning. Thanks for coming down, and I didn't thank Rebecca, but thanks for coming down. It's a big effort, I know.
Thank you, Councillor Sharma, Edie, Chambers and Lukes. I'm a supporter of public shared and active transportation. I take the bus when that's the best option and enjoy it. When we had the local bus, I loved the convenience of waiting in my porch till I saw the bus come up the street. But this is a whole different scenario. We now have a major bus corridor coming down a narrow residential street at speeds that are common on a larger artery. More exactly, 100 buses a day are going 50 kilometers an hour, around 30 feet from our living rooms and bedrooms. Let me repeat that. 100 buses a day going 30 feet from our living rooms and bedrooms. That's the speed on Academy. That's faster than on Westminster. In fact, I've driven behind the buses and clocked some of them at over 50 kilometers an hour, and certainly seen them go faster than 30 on Wolseley. And vehicles that used to go 30 to 40 kilometers down Arlington are now going faster too, because they're following the buses. The street has become exponentially noisier, faster, busier in 3 months. As a result, I'm one of the many neighbors to strongly support Councillor Gilroy's motion to reduce the speed of this stretch of Arlington, south of Portage to the Wolseley Greenway. A reduced speed order for transit drivers is theoretically in place, but most transit drivers are not following it. The joy is gone from my forever home because it now shakes many, many times a day when the buses go by. The house actually tremors. I wake up because my bed in the back bedroom is shaken by a bus racing by. No more quiet reading in bed in the evening. I'm literally losing sleep over this. I'm not kidding. My windows start to shake before the bus goes by and continue until the bus is at the stop sign 4 houses from me. As a result of the shaking, I've lost use of some spaces in my home. The front bedroom shakes enough that I can't work there anymore. I teach online, so I feel and hear it all day long. I no longer read on the couch in my living room because it's at the front of my house. I no longer sit at my porch. Even when I read the morning paper at my table at the back of the house, the table shakes. Can you imagine that? My table shakes 3 or 4 times before I've finished reading the newspaper. If I have the back windows open, the noise of the accelerating buses bounces off my garage into the house. And we're told we should get used to it. That seems like an odd way to treat residents, especially when it's been said publicly that you would address problems that arise. The road wasn't prepped beforehand. No traffic studies were done. You didn't do vibration studies. Consultation was minimal. While the speed of buses along Arlington and the noise are a problem. Arlington South is too narrow for this level of traffic, and you know that. Arlington north of Portage is widest. It narrows at Portage. Arlington south of Portage is considered a lane and a half. It was never designed to be a major thoroughfare. And even if the street were wider, the Transportation Standards Manual states that typical traffic volumes listed for the residential categories are based on a capacity that is tolerable by the residents rather than the actual physical design capacity of the roadway geometry. Typically, traffic volumes exceeding the recommended level may not be considered acceptable to the residents on local residential streets due to safety and quality of life issues. The traffic is not tolerable as it is. These houses are designed to face the street and encourage community life. We don't have big garages out the front that buffer sound. Many of us don't have air conditioning. We need to be able to open windows. This summer, I either had to put up with the noise of buses accelerating right in front of my house, or I let my house heat up. Our street is in poor shape. That's not new information either. My neighbors and I have been emailing photos and video footage since at least 2020 about the state of the road. I was told by city workers in 2020 that there wasn't enough gravel underneath the concrete, making the road shake with heavy traffic. It's been many, many years since there have been real repairs. It's not even on the road construction list, and yet the wear and tear of 100 buses a day is already making things worse. Many of our houses have stone foundations and can't handle the shaking. Some neighbors have new cracks appearing in their ceilings and walls. Even the residents of Old Grace have said they noticed the shaking, and that's new construction. Arlington South leads to and from a greenway, which is already 30 kilometers an hour. Councillor Gilroy's motion to reduce the speed of traffic is for 3 blocks, 650 meters. It's about extending the reduced speed of the greenway by 3 blocks. It was stated, I'm just about done. It was stated that this would slow down the bus route, and I'll repeat the math for the record. This stretch of Arlington is 650 meters long, traveling at 50 kilometers an hour. The stretch would take 47 seconds. Reducing the speed to 30 would add 31 seconds of travel time, half a minute. The reduced speed order would already have integrated that into the bus schedule. We ask you to support this motion with an open mind and heart. Reducing the speed on Arlington South might give us back some of our quality of life. It is indeed a small adjustment to return some of the lost livability to our street. The buses will still run. The traffic will be calmer. The street will be quieter. Community life will return to the Arlington sidewalks. Kids and cyclists will be safer. Our houses won't be damaged. We will be able to sleep a full night. We will be able to use our homes and gardens fully, and we will continue to invest in our beloved homes and community instead of moving away. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
And I can speak to the livability issue. I mentioned that because I no longer have young children. If I had young children, I would be responding in a different way. I've been hearing from other parents.
Do we have any questions from committee members? Councillor Sharma?
Margaret, just wanted to say thank you for coming down to City Hall to share your experience firsthand and how this is impacting you. You've been extremely detailed. What do you hear from the other parents around the fact that they have young children? You were just alluding to the livability factor. Tell us about that.
They've been talking, so there's one story in particular I have in mind I'll sort of tell at the end. I think some of the parents have given up talking about this because they were worried before. They were worried last year when we presented on some of this. There was a woman who emailed me from the neighborhood. She may have emailed you as well. She was talking about watching kids run across the street as the traffic was going fast, following a bus. The other woman up the street, we went door to door to talk to people to make sure we weren't, that we were representing general views. And there was a woman there, single mom, I'm guessing, with 3 or 4 kids, I think. And she said that she didn't even have the time to address it all, but she was worried about letting her kids out into the front yard now.
Thank you.
So there's safety issues, there's livability issues, there's sound issues, there's harm to the houses. There's a lot of issues.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. And I just wanted to make a clarification on a comment, just so people understand it. When I was talking to Transit about the big picture of the 30-40 kilometer study that we have underway, I was talking to Transit, and at that point in time when we still are, looking at whether we reduce residential speeds to 30 or 40 kilometers, the big network, if we made the adjustment, does impact the time for transit to make their connections and their whole scheduling, right? But when you do interviews with media, it doesn't get the whole necessarily story. Media is great, but they don't always get the whole story. So in the big picture, if we were to drop, let's say, to 40K, all the residential, it would impact the scheduling and timing of transit. 100% what you're saying for like 3 blocks, it's not, we'll hear from transit, but it's seconds, right? A lot of times, I know in the construction season, transit drivers are racing to meet their connections because the network gets slowed down due to construction. So I know that's sometimes why they maybe go over the speed limit or why they don't follow a request for a reduced speed. But to the big picture point of the timing of transit and connecting schedules, really, to your point, it's not going to make that much of a difference, right? So my comment was related to the big picture, but I should have refined that more when speaking to the media or asked that they highlighted it from that perspective. Yeah, we hear you. The departments are here, both transit and public works. They hear you. We appreciate you coming down. You heard that we got to get a bylaw in place and before we make speed limit changes. So it's not going to happen tomorrow. There is going to be a bit of time. We'll ask the department how much time they'll need before they come back. And we'll hear that today.
If there's anything we can do to support you, please let us know.
Yeah, and thanks for being very vocal for Wolseley and lots of issues in Wolseley. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, the next speaker,
Next, we have Nathaniel Friesen.
Nathaniel Friesen.
Nathaniel is a neighbor on Arlington and he thought that he was submitting something by a document. He is not able to be here,
Okay.
so apologies.
No problem. Okay.
All right, then we have Murray Dufton to be heard in support of the verbal update on primary transit network, which is report 1.
All right. And perfect.
Good morning, all, and thank you for allotting some time to me. I appreciate that greatly. I'd like to comment on your blue line, eventually on your blue line route in West Portage. I'm not here to whine. I'm not here to complain. I'm not here to oppose and make your lives miserable. But I am here to provide background and supplemental information on the Deer Lodge Center's campus programs and how the Blue Line stops impacts those programs and the participants in them. As we mentioned, I mentioned, my name is Murray Dufton. I'm on the board of the 55 Assiniboine 55 Plus Center. That center has 940 members and counting. So, and they offer it to older adults. There's a lot of programs run out of Deer Lodge Center on behalf of Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. Those programs are all centered around and cater to older adults with mobility and movement issues. It's a chore for them to get around and do their daily stuff. Mostly I'm thinking about the day programs that happen in the center, which are fed by clients and participants by transit. Not the ones that go by Handy Transit, not the live-in ones. Also, there's another cohort that has some, they're older adults. They have the same challenges for movement and mobility, and that's the caregivers and the friends and relatives to the inpatient group in that. So it's quite a challenge for them. Getting on to the Blue Line, what happened when the realignment or the whole program for transit developed, there was the nearest stops to service Deer Lodge Center is on Overdale Street, across from Assiniboine Park, and Mount Royal. The Blue Line does not stop at the two stops in front of Deer Lodge Center. Now we're looking at something here. The westbound stop going from Mount Royal Road to the front entrance of Deer Lodge Center, that's out of the question. It's not a feasible stop. The distance there is 800 meters walk. To put that into perspective, this is a little more understandable. That's 8 3/4 football fields long. And these people that participate in these programs, go to Deer Lodge Center, are using mobility devices like canes, the 4-legged canes, and walkers. And you're asking them to traverse 800 meters. That's out of the question for that stop. So that leaves Overdale Street. Overdale Street's a little closer. It's only 400 meters. which is 4 1/3 football fields long. So you're asking them still to transit that distance.
I'm just pulling a map up here, so
Sure.
keep talking.
You're dealing with a group of people that have limited agility and limited endurance for walking. And couple that against all their old age issues, their mobility and their movement issues. This is quite a challenge for them. And if you put, it's fine to ask them to do this in the summer. We're approaching the winter season with cold and snow. This is going to be a very difficult undertaking for them. What I'm asking and proposing is that there's already an existence in front of Deer Lodge Center, both eastbound and westbound on Portage, bus stops. There's 2 bus stops there. There's no infrastructure required. And there's also, there's 2 bus stops. There's also 2 shelters, 2 bus shelters right there that exist now. Then the low cost or no cost solution to this would be to incorporate those 2 stops into the Blue Line system. And it's not like we're dealing with a crowd of people at every stop for every bus. You're looking at a little bit of an impact in the morning, probably about 9:30, and a little bit of an impact toward the end of the day, about 3 o'clock would be your majors. Otherwise, it'd be a handful. I guess what I'm doing is asking the committee to consider this, the reinstituting it. It might be as simple and as easy as saying, advise our drivers on the Blue Line to pick those stops up.
So, okay, committee members, do you have any discussions? So,
Oh, actually,
Councillor Edie?
just in terms of winter,
Yes.
sounds like a number of the participants would qualify to use Transit Plus
I would
to
think
get to their activities.
Transit Plus is somewhat saturated with delivering people to Deer Lodge Center because there's a cutout on Duffield Street that'll house about 3 buses, and they're dealing with wheelchair confined people that are offloading all throughout the day for the programs.
So let me ask you about Route 22. Are you familiar with Route 22?
Yes, I am.
Now, it stops right outside St. James 55 Plus Center. So what's
Yes.
wrong with that one?
The bus on 22, Route 22, it stops at those 2 bus stops I'm talking about on
Yeah.
Portage Avenue, east and westbound.
Yeah.
And it's a bit of a coin toss on this because, yes, 22 does stop and it eliminates, on the westbound, it eliminates it from about 8 football fields long to 1. It's 50 yards from that stop into Deer Lodge Center, which is great. But the penalty you pay for that is those buses are half an hour apart. And so you're asking these people to trade off walking against standing in the cold for half an hour in non-peak times.
Right.
Their program's
Okay,
always,
yeah, because they're a feeder route.
right. And those programs at Deer Lodge Center are all in non-peak times. So they don't have the luxury of saying the 22 bus is available in 15-minute increments. It's available in half-hour increments.
Sure. Okay. I'm actually very familiar with the corner of Overdale and Portage, and I'm wondering, we'll ask Transit that's here today specifically. First of all, have you talked to your area counselor about this? Have you
Yes,
brought this
I have.
up?
Sean Dobson is right on top of this and very familiar with it.
Okay. All right. And then I'm just assuming the blue line, the spine line is dropping off at Overdale because of the park and volumes of people maybe going to the park. I'm not sure why they picked that, but
I assume that's part.
I'm going to assume, right? Okay. Okay. So, you make very good points about the half-hour distance, that it's feeder, that or the timeframe for the connecting of the feeder to the spine. I hear you. Now what we'll do is when transit comes up with their verbal, I don't know if they'll be able to speak to it, but this is good that you brought it, put it on the record. I know they're making adjustments and we're going to be talking about some adjustments today. So, I work closely, a lot of us do here with Connie Newman. We're very aware of what's going on Duffield and, the center being there. So, and also the action. I'm very familiar with all the action that's happening around the Deer Lodge Hospital.
Let me make one more quick point.
Yep.
When this became apparent, I went to the upper management, the COO at Deer Lodge Center, and the senior leadership there, and the reaction I got back was stunned silence. They'd never heard about this.
Yeah.
And I asked them, I said, please, let's deal with it at our level. Don't push this up the pipe to WRHA.
Yeah.
Because I think it's more simply dealt with City of Winnipeg, you folks, Transit and Deer Lodge Center at that level.
Yeah. No, this is good. This is great that you came here. Great to get you on the agenda there. That worked out good. And this department's here. They're hearing this, and we'll work through this.
And the last little point I'll make is that I understand, from my understanding, there's going to be December 13th is kind of a decision date for tweaks and stuff like that coming. December 13th is far too late to mitigate any of this damage for these older folks and the damage to Deer Lodge Center's programs by waiting that long into the cold season. They're going to experience a tremendous fall off of participants in their program because they just will not travel out to those programs.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Yeah, okay, I hear you. We'll hear from the department. The challenge of moving this massive machine is a challenge, right? 600 buses, over 1,000 drivers picking schedules, their labor agreements. Anyways, we're making changes through all of this. So we'll hear what the department has to say. They probably won't have an answer today. They're going to have to go back and look at it. But we have made changes. We're making changes all along. And I want to thank you for coming down in person and speaking to this.
You're welcome. And Janice, I want to thank you for all that you do for us. I don't know how you manage it.
Well, we all are dedicated souls, right? So,
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
Councillor Mays has joined the meeting.
Oh, he's arrived, has he? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
All right.
Councillor Mays is registered to speak to report 5.
Right. Okay. Illuminated by the sunshine. All right, Councillor.
Hello
Mays.
from beautiful Charleswood. I'm
Oh.
on my way to Don McEwen Park opening here in Charleswood. So thank you for fitting me in. 3 quick items. I'm also having very great difficulty hearing the proceedings. So I will speak and then probably take the camera off. St. Mary's Road item requesting a layover of a month. I actually think it's quite a good report, but the local biz wanted a chance to review the parking restrictions. So request for a layover there on the St. Mary's Road item. The item that was added last night, I can't really speak to the merits of it. Councillor Lukes has always been a champion for having more notice for councillors, having an additional day or two. This does seem to be part of an alarming trend along with the Rainbow Stage item. So I may have comments at some other level on that, but I really would. This is a bit of an alarming trend of getting these reports at the last minute. But just on that item and the Kenaston item, in brief, I'm not necessarily opposed to the $5 million or even the $500,000 for the bus expansion, but I will certainly be returning to that when I'm told, as we were at the council seminar, oh, it's a no change budget. We're not even consulting with the councillors this year. It's a no change budget. Well, let's not pretend these are all just staff initiatives. I mean, the mayor did run pretty hard on Kenaston widening. Good for him. He got elected. He's entitled to put forward his platform. But I think if we're going to say we can find $5 million for some projects, let's not say the cupboard's bare when it comes to expanding. I need $5 million more for a rec center in my ward, very rapid growth area. So let's go ahead and, I'm I lost the overall vote on Keniston, that's fine. But things like St. Mary's Road study, but really more the rec center. If it's a no change budget, it's a no change budget, but that's a little hard to take when you're being told, well, no change except for the 5 million for Keniston and the 500,000 for transit, etc. So, given that I need to get to the park opening, I will stop it there and turn off the camera in case there are any questions.
Sure. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Edie does.
I'm just gonna make one more comment again, Councillor Mays. Councillor Mays, Rainbow Stage had nothing to do with adding anything to a budget. It was straightening out an issue so that the stage could get their money. I don't know why you keep spewing that. Stop it.
Well, thanks for the lecture, Councillor Edie, but you're actually making my point for me because I'm seeking to get.
Okay.
I don't think saying things more loudly makes them more correct, or shouting at people makes you righter. But again, that's I guess your style, and that's okay. My point is, we got the Rainbow Stage item the night before council, right? You'd agree with that? 5 o'clock the night before council.
We passed that budget. We passed that budget 2 years earlier.
Okay.
Okay, I think you guys.
Not accurate, not even close to accurate, but my point was it gets a bit troubling to get these things at the last minute. And secondly, fine. I mean, if we can find money for these projects that's already paid in, that's exactly what I'm seeking to do on the rec center. Take money that's already paid in and get it spent out. So I voted for Rainbow Stage. God bless you.
Okay.
However,
So if are there any other questions? No. So I just want to make a couple comments here, or did you know, or a couple comments. So I'm not going to comment on Rainbow Stage. You can figure that out. You're talking about the expansion on request night service showing up at the last minute. Is that what you're talking about also?
yes. I mean, you've been pretty good champion, to your credit, of getting an additional day of notice for reports that are published. So I'd like to see the service expanded. I'm not saying I'll vote against it. I'm saying it comes at the last minute, and also that, even leaving aside Councillor Edie's point, that is an expansion of the budget by 500,000, and I don't know if that's per annum or prorated or what, because I haven't had time to look at the report.
Okay, back in the old day, we used to have one day notice, 2 days notice. I fought hard to get 4 days notice. Okay.
To your credit.
We didn't get the 4-day notice on this, but we're trying to be, which is really, I think everyone should be commended for this, especially the public service, for trying to make these changes and bringing them forward to us because the public is demanding these changes. And sometime that means the report has to show up in a limited time frame. So, I hear you. You've heard me go on for many years about wanting a lot of time. We are trying to be very responsive to the public and transit, to their credit, to get a report ready and go through all the processes in the record timeline that we had it. Sometimes I think, like we had in COVID, big issues, we maybe didn't have enough time, weeks on end for reports, but sometimes when there's critical situations, these things happen. So that's why this report showed up sooner. We're trying to be very responsive to the public when we're dealing with a very massive department that it's very difficult to make changes on a dime. So I think this is a good thing. And then I just
can I respond to that? If it is a question, I mean, with all due respect, you can't say, yes, I fought to get more notice for councillors, but sometimes that just doesn't count. And when it's at my committee, it just doesn't count. Like you can't have that both ways. I actually am pleased to see this service expanded. I would be reluctant to liken this to COVID, given that we implemented the new system back in June. I mean, it wasn't life or death that we needed to expand this on this short notice, but hooray, we are going to have an expanded service. Obviously, there is enough money to afford that. So obviously, it isn't a no change budget, as we're being told by the city staff. So hooray.
I don't know who told you it was a no change budget. I don't know, but.
Well, you remember you were seated just behind me at the council seminar when the CFO was using that terminology. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. But I do know that you've been on budget for almost one of the longest EPC members on budget. And I don't think any of us have ever seen a budget that's a no change budget.
Agreed entirely.
And if this is, you know, this is, maybe it was an oversight in the conversation by the public service, but I don't think we need to go on and on and on and on and on about it
Can you
because,
say on and on a few more times?
yeah, well, you're the master of going on and on. So, I think that we all recognize every budget has tweaks and adjustments because we're trying to accommodate the public. You said it was who, the CAO or the CFO? The
CFO.
Well, the CFO is new and this is her second budget, I think, and you know, like give people a bit of slack. Like you've been
I'm happy to give
longer
people a
than
bit of
many us
slack.
have, longer than many of us have, and know that every budget there are modifications. So
Okay. Good. That's my point. And factually, to just stay factual, there are at least 5 members of council have been on council longer than me. So longer than any of us isn't actually true, but yeah, perhaps we're not even
okay.
debating that at this stage. So I'm delighted if there's going to be changes in the budget. Hooray. I'm pleased with that. I feel I've made my point.
Okay, good. So you made your point, end of it. Perfect. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair, and through to the delegation, Councillor Mace. Thank you for your presentation this morning. With respect to the report for St. Mary's between Fermor and how far south does it extend?
Fermor.
And north to the junction?
Just north of the junction.
Yes. So again, I fully support this report and you know it going forward. It became very evident last week when a portion of St. Anne's Road between the junction and Fermor was closed. As you well know, it's actively being renewed. The infrastructure there is being renewed, and traffic was backed up on St. Mary's Road as a result. There were some parked cars on St. Mary's Road. So again, very evident that this is needed. A very close look at parking along that corridor. And as it gets busier with the amount of fourplexes and sixplexes and other multifamily that is going up along that transit corridor, parking does have to be reviewed to ensure that there's proper flow of traffic. Not only proper flow of traffic, but also for emergency vehicles. I know that there is a fire hall station right on St. Mary's near Dakota. And again, making sure that they have access and are not blocked by parked cars along that corridor. So very supportive of this motion going forward, the report going forward.
Yeah, I agree with the report. The local biz asked for a month to review it. So thank you for your polite tone, by the way. You didn't raise your voice and didn't tell me I go on and on and on and on and on. So I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Councillor Mace.
I'm sending you a quiet email, Councillor Mace.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. So
Tell you how wrong you are.
next delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Edie. Perhaps we can have a professional discussion sometime.
I did give you a professional answer at council, Councillor Mace, and you just decided not to listen.
You can keep telling me how wrong I am, I guess, Councillor Edie, but back.
Yet we digress.
All right, so that was the last of our registered delegations. However, I believe there is a gentleman in the gallery who wishes to speak to report 6, which is Dugald Road pedestrian infrastructure.
Perfect. I'm open to listening to a delegation. Councillor Edie, would
I'll
you?
move suspension of the rules to hear this delegation on the Dugald Road report.
Perfect. All right, the delegation could come up. Mr. Towett, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, if you could come up.
Call that question.
All in favor? Aye. Carried. All right.
Perfect.
We
Thank
have
you.
lively public works meetings. Thank you for coming, and we're interested to hear what you have to speak to.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors, for allowing me at the last minute to come. I didn't think I would be in Winnipeg today, so it was very last minute. And the last few minutes reminded me of some things that I've been missing in my life. So, I wanted to speak regarding the pedestrian corridors on Dugald Road. You may or may not be aware, I know the councillor has been working very hard on this particular issue. We are very thankful as citizens for the work being done on Dugald, long overdue. And the safety of that roadway is much improved, although they still have to finish off the construction, but we are noticing the improvements. And so we are thankful for that, both to the Public Works and to the committees that have brought it to this stage. The issue really is one of public safety regarding the pedestrian access there. In South Transcona, the hamlet there, we actually have the pedestrian walkway is on the north side of Dugald Road, whereas the hamlet and all the residents in the outlying area there are on the south side of Dugald Road. So for our children, it's a real challenge for them to get across an extremely busy road, especially at times when our children will be going, because they're using that to get across the road to be able to get to schools. And that's the same time where we have an excessive amount of traffic coming in from the outlying areas of Oak Bank and Dugald, et cetera, the Springfield municipality coming into the city for work. So what we're asking is we would like to have a half signal put on at Borden Avenue. That's our suggestion. We're open to other options within the hamlet. Personally, for myself, it's actually quite a ways up a backtrack to use that, but it is the logical spot because that's where the majority of our citizens would be living and where the majority of our children would be crossing. So along with that, we actually have a very unusable trail. Although the trail was put in a good number of years ago, I do have some photos that I could even share and leave with you. The counselor may have shared them with you, but we have a trail and a path that is completely overgrown and really is not very conducive to any kind of use, and I can leave you with those. So what we're asking for is we're asking for that trail to be redone, repaved, fixed up, so it is actually, if you look at it, you wouldn't even want to drive a bicycle down there because, yeah, it is horrible. So with that, those are the two big asks really we're having as a community. I am not here speaking on behalf of any particular community organization. I do want to make that clear. I'm speaking as a private citizen as to that roadway or that walkway and that crossing that is required. But one last thing I would like to touch on, though, that is not pedestrian related, is regards to access and egress from Mueller Park. During the baseball time, we're very thankful that we have now put turning lanes on Dugald for that park. But again, in the matter of safety, I would really ask this committee to consider lights being at that intersection just at peak times. So that would be, around supper hour till later in the evening for access and egress to that park. It's a very dangerous turnoff, and there's a lot of people, and they're coming from all over Winnipeg to use that park for baseball. So that would be, the other ask. My understanding from conversations with the counselor is that there is funds available within the existing work that has been done on Dugald Road for this. We're not asking for any new funding. We're asking to use the existing funding. Apparently this project has come in on budget or under budget. And in fact, there's a contingency that should be available to cover this. So we're not asking for any new money. We're asking for, as this project is getting to completion, there looks like there's a little while to go yet, that these particular items be added on to really complete the project that has been taken on. And then I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Okay. We've laid this over a few times. We've talked about it a lot. There may be more questions. Councillor Chambers or Edie or Sharma, anyone have questions? We're quite familiar with it.
Yeah.
I was interesting about the Bueller Park and the lights. That's the first I've heard of it, but I hear you on exactly why folks would want lights. I have a scenario similar to that in the south end at the Grand Mosque. Timings and volumes of traffic. They put out security people to monitor and help with the traffic. So that was an interesting point. But any other, and I appreciate the photos. I never had any photos. So you never brought any photos. That's horrific. That's a whole bunch of issues there.
Yeah.
So, okay. Any questions? No? All right. Thanks, Mr. Tollett. Thank you very much for your presentation and all your past service. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. Thanks for all your service.
Thank you.
I need it.
Okay, are we done with delegations?
Yes.
Okay,
Desire to have a short break.
want to have a short break? Okay, so shall we reconvene in like 15 minutes?
Yeah.
15 minutes? All right. We'll adjourn and reconvene in 15 minutes. Perfect. All right, I'd like to reconvene the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works on October 7th. Now we will be getting into reports, and I'd like to welcome the Public Service from Transit team. Okay,
Good
all
morning.
right, good morning.
Morning, I'm Greg Awanka, Director of Transit. I have with me this morning is Bjorn Radstrom, our Manager of Service Development, Adam Badowski, our Senior Planner, and Kirk Cumming, our Manager of IT. Our first report up is the verbal update on the primary transit network, and Bjorn will do that, followed by a update from Kirk on the GPS units on the buses.
Okay, well, we are 100 days in. I think it's today is 100 days.
I hadn't counted, but
Oh, I know.
thank you.
Okay.
So the report that I'll give today will be, I guess, somewhat similar to the verbal update that we gave last time, because the same issues that are there are things that we're still working on. So similar to before, it's concerns about frequency, full buses, and span of service hours and schedule adherence constitute most of the complaints that we're getting, as well as full bus pass-ups. So the things that we're working on that I've mentioned before are we're doing complete rewrites of the D12 and the D13. So D12 is the Ellis route, D13 is Sargent, and then there's D16, which operates on Notre Dame and Academy. It's that reverse C-shaped route that goes makes way through downtown through St. Boniface. Those are the ones that have the most challenging schedule adherence.
Okay, so you're doing a rewrite.
Yeah.
So that people know that means you're changing the routes or.
We're changing the schedule because we realized that on those three routes in particular, there was not enough running time. So the buses were constantly behind schedule. Now on the D12 and the D13, that's exacerbated by the construction that's happening on Sargent. Right now, Sargent is down to one lane only, not one lane in each direction, one lane only. So there's only one through lane and buses heading in the opposite direction. They have to go down to Ellis and then come back up to Sargent. So that's obviously adding to the delay. But nonetheless, we're doing our best to separate out the delays that are caused by that versus the other places along the route where they're accumulating delay and rewriting the entire schedule. So that should improve things substantially on those routes. Overall,
Wait, so on route rewrites or changes, are these the only three right now that we're working on?
no, we're working on several more. Those are the three major ones.
Major ones,
Yeah,
okay.
what I was going to mention is when it comes to on-time performance, our on-time performance is slightly better than it had been before the change. The amount of late buses that we have is less than we had before the new network. Where
Okay, so
we're,
say that again.
our on-time performance is similar to what it was before we changed the network.
So your on-time performance now, like right
Yes.
now, is
Similar to what it was.
similar to
Yeah,
before we changed the network.
right. Now, here's the confusing part. The number of late buses that we have has actually improved. We have fewer late buses now than we did. What that means is that we actually have more early buses than we used to, which is not a good thing. And that's another thing that we're addressing in the schedule rewrites. It means that we have some routes that have too much time in the schedule.
Much time in the schedule.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we tighten that up. And then we can redeploy that either into that existing route or take those hours and we can apply them to things like the D12 and the D13 where we need additional running time. So we kind of shift things around all over.
So that's good.
Yeah,
I mean, that's,
Yeah, having too much time in the schedule is definitely not a problem we had before, but some of the estimates that we did beforehand, we've discovered that, yeah, we were too generous with the amount of time between what we call our timing points. So that's
so that's good because then you can
Yes.
show it in other areas that need it. So.
yeah,
okay.
exactly. And we're talking about like minutes here and there
Yeah, yeah.
that we would end up shifting around. The big thing that we had been hearing about is full bus pass-ups throughout the
Yes.
network. So we've been tracking those closely and
Yes.
sending to council the weekly summaries of the number that we've had. So now as of the end of September, we do have fewer pass-ups in September of this year as compared to September of last year. It's similar.
Okay, say
but
that
there is a-
again. That's pretty,
Yeah, so in September of 2024,
Right.
we had 3,316 full bus pass-ups. September of this year,
in the month, you
in the month,
3,000 pass ups.
yes. throughout all times of the day, all routes.
All
every
times
single
of the day, all
Yeah.
routes that basically the buses are full, you have to drive by.
Yeah.
Okay,
In September of this year, we had 3,286.
Yeah.
So not a huge drop, but it is less.
okay, it's going down.
It is going, and they are going down. So for example, the first full week of September, September 7th to 13th, we had 995. Then the next week it dropped to 861, then 778, and then after that 477. So it is going down. And this is the exact pattern that we see every single year. One of the reasons that we are hearing a lot, and counselors are hearing a lot from people complaining about full bus pass ups, is because with the change of the entire network, it's now affecting people on routes that it never affected before. And one good example of that is Henderson Highway, which is one that we didn't have a lot of pass ups on before, where now we do. So now that's one that we're working at addressing. And one of the things we've done is, again, trying to shift around the resources, add some frequency to the F8 that serves Henderson Highway, and operate articulated buses on the F8, which is what we're doing now. Yeah, so that's some of those. So again, if you only look at the complaints that come in about full bus pass ups, you might think that it's worse than it was before we changed the network, but it's not. It's affecting different people. So you're hearing from people who were never affected by it before.
Okay.
So that's one of the challenges.
Transit is a very big matrix of all these layers. Okay.
Exactly. And then the other challenge we've been facing, as we know, is the issues with GPS. So Kirk was going to give an update on that.
Okay, so just wait here. So let's just go back to Bjorn before we get to GPS. Or I guess we can, let's do questions with Bjorn, because his topic is different than GPS. So I want to talk about bus stops, okay? We heard a delegation today that talked about the 22 and the blue line. So I've got the formal submission. We'll send it to you. I know it's sort of off the cuff without much analysis. Do you have any comments on that?
As we were hearing about that, we were kind of putting our heads together, and Adam made some notes, and he was going to speak to that.
Yeah, so when we looked at which stops we were going to keep for Blue Line and which stops we weren't going to keep, we looked at a number of different things. So one of those is safe crossings across the street, infrastructure that's in place, ridership in the old network of what we saw. And what we know is what we noticed along Portage is, including in front of Deer Lodge, there is a signal. There is also high ridership. There was high ridership at all the stops before we implemented this new network.
Right.
But in the case of the Mount Royal stop and the Deer Lodge stops, which are the Deer Lodge stop, which we didn't choose to keep, versus the Mount Royal stop. The Mount Royal stop has a little bit better of a walk when we go to the south. The key point of interest, as we would call it.
Okay, so just explain watershed so people know.
Yeah, it's the way that the streets are oriented so that people could easily walk through transit stops, so they don't necessarily have to go around. So if you look to the south at the Deer Lodge stop, there's not really anything. There's more of a parking lot. And then if you look to the south at the Mount Royal stop, you have Assiniboine Park, and that would be one of our major destinations for people in the city. Which is why when you couple that with the fact that the Mount Royal stop has a heated shelter, it's got a safe crossing, it's got similar ridership, similar boardings as the Deer Lodge stop. That's why we opted to keep that one. There's also the underlying service on the 22, so thank you for pointing that out. But I think what we would want to see here is we can definitely consider a switch of those two stops. I don't think we would be considering just adding a stop in, because we want to make sure that the blue line can travel quick. But we could consider that. But what I would also think that we want to look at is maybe increase in service on the 22 if the Deer Lodge Center is saying it's a little bit insufficient.
And why can't the blue line just stop there?
That's going back to, we want to keep it moving very quickly, because it's designed to move a lot of people very quickly. So the less stops it makes, the faster it can carry those people. It's kind of like the new version of the Express.
Right, so for the 22 then, you're saying, say it again, what you could consider doing is?
We could either consider maybe adding frequency, which we could go through the annual service plan and see how that stacks up against other frequencies in the city that we might want to increase. Or we could consider changing the stops, but we would want to do our own analysis at transit and then look at kind of all those things that I was just mentioning, like the amenities that we have. So shelters, crossings, they both have crossings. Yeah, and then.
Okay, so do you don't need a motion to do this analysis. I'll send you this, but you can do the analysis and
We could take a quick look at that through our stop change process. That's
Right.
one of the new processes that we're outlining in the master plan or in the PTN launch. We can take a look at that and send email correspondence back to you and the gentleman from Deer Lodge.
All right, and I hear what he's saying, that the WRHA invested a lot of money into programming there, and the demographics of who's using that programming doesn't want to stand at a bus stop for half an hour on the 22, or the frequency of the 22. Changing the frequency, though, that's a longer game plan versus changing the bus stop. I don't think they're standing at the bus stop and worried too much about the heated bus stop. They're trying to get to their event, right? So, okay, well, we can continue this discussion, and we'll talk about this and with Counselor Dobson and Murray and and we'll work on this.
Yep.
Okay? Okay, so,
22 is a feeder.
pardon me?
The 22 is like,
It's a neighborhood feeder, exactly.
It's called a connector route. That's the highest
is it
level
like
of
Inkster?
feeder.
Is it like the 39 and
Yes.
37?
Yeah, so it's not one of the 3-digit community routes. It is a kind of a higher order with more frequency than those.
It's a little different than other feeders too, in the sense that it stays on Portage. It's only really a Portage bus. The other feeders.
So it's like the
generally-
31.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we'll take this up and pursue it,
I
okay.
think what's a little confusing is you kept mentioning the Mount Royal stuff. We're referring to the Overdale stuff.
Oh, then yes, sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
Okay. Okay, so we'll work on this separately, okay? So what was, now you said you had, what are you calling it, a transit stop?
Stop change process.
Stop change.
We want to make sure that we're changing stops so that they're in a safe location, they're
Right.
right location, and we're not just kind of moving things around.
Sure. Okay, so while we're on this part of the verbal report, do you want to ask a question, Counselor Edie?
Yeah, it might, well, it kind of pertains to that GPS, but, okay. So the first question, like I heard, well, let's look at the numbers. So we went to the frequent transit system. It was supposed to improve timing, but also pass ups or you're referring to. So it's going down a little bit. But like, wasn't this one of the major things about going to the grid with the frequent routes and then connectors and that kind of stuff? Like, so you think that that's a really good improvement, just going down a bit, given?
It's going to take more time for us to reevaluate where the resources are. So, you know, how many buses there are on each routes, and what we need to do after we've got more data and we can analyze where people come from, where they're going to, what the loads are, is shift things around. So in places where we have too much service, we can shift it to where we don't have enough. And even now, people are still learning and figuring it out. And there's people who are crowding onto routes that aren't necessarily the best ones for them. And this is a little bit of an aside, but bear with me. One of the things that we've heard is a lot of university students are starting to use ChatGPT and AI for everything. And a lot of them are using it to plan their bus trips. So they'll ask ChatGPT, okay, how do I get to the University of Manitoba? Those AI engines are terrible at this type of thing.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
And so as soon as I heard that, we started running a whole bunch of tests to figure out, you know, what kind of information are these AI engines providing to students if they're trying to use it. And some of it's very out of date. Some of it is completely wrong. These AI engines invent routes that don't even exist. I've got screenshots of ones where it told us to take Route 675. We don't have a Route 675.
Right.
And the other big thing about the University of Manitoba, which has the highest number of pass-ups, is that most of these AI engines are for some reason convinced that the only routes that serve the U of M, it's the Blue Line. So many students that have a direct trip on, say, the 74 to get somewhere are being told, get on the Blue Line, take it to a station, then transfer onto a feeder route. So you've got more students than need to crowding onto the Blue Line. And so this is something that we need to deal with direct communication with the student unions, basically trying to convince students, stop using AI to plan your transit trips. We realize Navigo isn't perfect, but it's a whole lot better than that, and the Transit app as well that has trip planning tools.
The only
So-
thing with Navigo is that in the AI, they don't consider safety at bus stops, right? And
So again, these are things that people are going to figure out. So even now, the fact that we have fewer pass ups, even though we've got all these other issues going on, I think is a good sign, but it certainly doesn't mean that our work is done and we're going to just say that's it. We have a lot of work to do to figure out exactly how we're going to redistribute frequencies and whatnot to make sure that the frequency is where people need it.
And I was just gonna say similar to that point, like on the F8 on Henderson, we've seen a lot of pass ups, and for the winter schedule now, I believe it's gonna be 218 daily trips. There's now 241 daily trips per direction versus 218 before. And that's because we know there's pass ups. We were able to redistribute service by making some tweaks across the network, just timing wise, and then get more service for Henderson.
Oh,
We're gonna look to be doing that elsewhere in the city as well.
well, so on timing, though, okay, so I'm gonna move, thank you, you're working diligently at that. Not easy, right? And like you said, only 100 days of data, right? So, so you had the timing report too, right? Verbal there. So didn't the GPS failure have some kind of effect on your timing points for the various routes?
Yeah, we don't have as much data as we would want, but we can go back and take a look at individual buses and how they've done. It's just that there's fewer individual buses for us to check. So as things are improving now, as Kurt can explain when we get to that, we will be getting more and better data that we can start making better use of.
Okay. The last question, so, you know, bus drivers are actually really good. I heard some comments about Arlington there. That even some buses are going over 50 kph. You know, I don't know any driver that goes down Matheson, for example, which has a lane less than half for a bus to go down because it's got a median in the middle. Like, I don't know any driver that's going to be going, if it's that narrow and so on. I don't, because you drive to the condition, right? You don't drive to the speed limit, you drive to the condition, and that's what the drivers know. So, like, so overall, like, are the drivers having a hard time keeping this schedule? Like, although I find it hard to believe that a driver would violate rules of the road.
Specific to Arlington or just across the network more?
Oh, I'm thinking, well, there's Arlington, but I'm talking about across the network too, right? Like, because like Arlington isn't the only place that's, you know, got, 100, whatever number of buses or whatever it is, but like, it's not the only residential street. Because Arlington does turn into residential once you're south of Portage Avenue. So, yeah, generally, I don't think we're having that kind of problem with our buses that are running on regional roads like Inkster and stuff like that, right?
Overall, the feedback that we've heard from bus operators is that they're happy with the new network because the routes are simpler, less turning, unless you're out in a residential subdivision, far from the city center, and then it's not a big deal for them to be winding through those neighborhoods. So overall, they're happy with this. But again, we take a look at what the operating speeds are and the running times are, and if they don't match with conditions, then we'll alter those. But you had Adam had taken a look at some of the.
Yeah, so originally when we started correspondence on this, I had received an email from Councillor Gilroy just asking to look at what some of the speeds are, and we do have a tool at our disposal, past buses from past days and see how they were traveling, which includes their travel speeds. So I'm not here to dispute anyone's experiences or what they've seen on the street, but what I observed when I was watching these just spot checks on certain days, certain times, was buses going kind of no more than 35 to 40 maybe kilometers an hour.
It's really bumpy. I heard it. The street's not in a great condition.
It is. I think I did see one bus going up to 40 or 42. Yeah. I think what's happening here in the case of Arlington, because it's such it is a narrower street, and there are parked cars on it. And I know everyone drives, and when you're driving and there's parked cars on the street, sometimes you need to try and speed up to get around a parked car so that the car coming on doesn't hit you. I think that could be part of the problem. I know Arlington is in a little bit of need of repair slightly, and that might be causing some additional bumps. We're happy to look into an additional analysis to kind of do a more comprehensive type of look, but also there are stop signs on every block of Arlington, which do force the buses to stop and then have to start speeding up again. So I'm happy to look into this further. I don't think this would delay transit too significantly if we were having to go 30 on that stretch.
I haven't received any complaints on Matheson.
Okay, all right, now let's hear about the GPS update.
Okay, so
It's the big one.
last time we gave verbal update on this and I explained sort of the background of the problem. I won't go back into that again. We've already discussed it. I'm just gonna go forward and talk about what's happening right now. So we do have a fix for the problem identified. That fix involves rewiring the computer that is on the bus to another GPS unit that exists on the bus. It was already on there and we were just able to sort of patch into it. It was a fairly innovative solution. We're happy that it's working. Now we had test driven that for a while. It's been working. We are currently in the process of cabling all the buses in the fleet to enable this. As of right now, we're about halfway done that cabling work. We have the contractor on site now to sort of expedite that cabling work. They brought some more stock with them. They're the ones supplying the cables because they're custom made for this unit. And so as the week progresses, we're hoping to get the majority of the fleet done by this week. We'll probably not get 100%, but the majority of it. And we've been monitoring the buses that have been have had this fix applied to them, and what we are seeing is essentially results returning back to the normal level of GPS error that we would have seen before, which is less than 5%. So the fix is working, and we're able to demonstrate that. And so as the fix is rolled out across the fleet, what people will see is that next stop announcements and displays will be more reliable. Real-time customer information about schedules will be more reliable.
Real-time information, the announcements on the buses.
Yeah. No buses should be disappearing off the schedules and off the boards and not showing up.
Right.
Stuff like that.
And as well internally, as has been mentioned, our data will be more complete.
And you'll be able to monitor the tracking,
Better
like
analysis, yes.
the usage. Oh my goodness. Oh.
And I heard every stop called on my bus, so.
Yeah, as did I this morning as well.
That was it.
So you have about 600 buses, you've done about half of them, you're working on the rest of them. Wow, well, what horrific timing, but good on you for figuring out, everyone on the team. I'm sure there was a mad scramble to figure out this solution. More than a mad scramble.
Certainly good on staff and also a contractor as well.
Yeah. Kudos to everyone, wow. Okay, all right, Councillor Edie, do you have a question?
Just one other question. So, like, you want me to send you all the messages I'm getting that say, essentially say, go back to the old network?
No, because we're not, so.
So don't send it?
Don't send them.
If it's just that, no, but if there's good information in there about what they don't like about the new network and what changes they would like to see.
Well, I just got one that had that, yeah. So.
That, absolutely.
Yeah, and then I get the ones just go back to what it is. You're getting unelected.
Bjorn, do you continue to get a lot of feedback through 311? I know we also, through my office, send you feedback that we receive in person, by phone, email. What about the feedback coming through 311?
Yeah, we still do get a lot. I'm not sure if you know the numbers. I haven't been tracking
not
the volume.
Because if we don't know, as the chair has said out there in the public, we can't make improvements.
Yeah.
And we do encourage folks to send the information in.
And thankfully, most of the feedback that we get is that detailed constructive criticism that we can do something with, which is important.
You get the constructive stuff. I'll send you some of mine. Okay. Councillor Chambers.
Yes, thank you for your report this morning. The concern that I have, I've been getting a lot of emails from my residents with respect to students transferring to high school. And I'm wondering what transit is working on, if anything, in terms of the changes that have been made and the impacts to local school kids that are attending high school.
One of the things that we're doing is we're reevaluating the schedules with these schedule rewrites, is making sure that the timing is set up so that as best possible, we can get students so that they arrive at school, you know, in minutes before the bell time, and then the bus leaves 10 minutes after bell time, something roughly around that. And then one of the other challenges that we've had for several schools is that the buses are too full and students are having trouble getting to school. So we're adding service on a few routes in particular. I don't have the list in front of me, I'm sorry, but on some in particular that we've heard about, either through looking at our own data or hearing directly from the schools or school divisions or through 311 complaints, just to make sure that if there's an additional trip that serves that school before the bell time, then that alleviates the pass up. So that's another major thing that we're working on right now for the December schedule change.
So adding new buses, is that going to be at a cost, and does it need to go to budget referral, much like the late night services?
No, this is again shifting around the existing resources. And if we have enough buses, it's generally the number of drivers that's the issue. So that's why if it requires another bus, we have to shift around the time that's used, the bus driver time and whatnot. That's the way we've been handling it for this. And then we'll see how this goes now through the winter.
I would be interested in looking at that list to ensure that the residents of River Park South are represented in terms of the potential changes that are coming forward.
Okay, we can look into that and get you that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bjorn, with respect to the comment from Councillor Chambers, my office has communicated with you about West Kildonan Collegiate and students going from the Aurora community to West and there was a change in a bus stop. I don't think we landed on where we were going to finalize that. I think we have to be cognizant that the pedestrian connectivity to the Murray bus stop is not good. So if you could look at that once again, I think it's very ditchy around there. There's a lot of ditches, so that's your word. That's where I got it from, yeah. There are a lot of ditches along Murray Avenue, so maybe we can revisit that one. Because development still needs to come online there, and then we will see better pedestrian connectivity. But in the meantime, if I'm correct, we're asking those students to go through an unsafe area to get to that further bus stop. So if we could look at that again, Adam, Gary, thank you.
Okay, wow. So any other verbal update related to transit? Now, I do know that you're having another counselor opportunity for counselors to come one-on-one. If they don't want to watch this, they can come and deal one-on-one in person.
Yep.
Okay, so 100 days in, making adjustments, working through all the feedback. It's great that people are giving feedback, right? You're analyzing it inside and out and working on the changes.
We're listening.
You're listening. And you're literally, we've got a report coming up here, turning around in record time that we had to put on the agenda in record time. But okay, so verbal update. Can I have a motion to receive the verbal update?
So moved.
Okay, Councillor Eady, so moved. All in favor? Carried. Now we've got a verbal report on the transit transfer time extension. So this is exciting.
Yeah, this is actually a very short report.
Yeah.
This was approved by council on September 25th, and I can tell you today that the transfer time extension went into effect yesterday.
Okay.
Staff worked very hard with the contractor. Once it was approved, we did our processes over the weekend, this past weekend,
Right.
and we did our communication and messaging to the public and our staff that it would take effect Monday morning, yesterday. It has, and it's been successful. So it's already implemented.
That's excellent. So now you will have a way to, at year end, understand how many people are doing transfers or periodic times you have.
We will know how many transfers we're experiencing on our system to a certain degree.
Will you know how many are longer, or it's just transfers? It's not, they don't tell, like you are not able to analyze the data so that you know we had 10,000 transfers that were 25-minute transfers, or do you have that kind of granular data?
Yes, it is possible to.
Oh, it is. Oh, that's very good to know. Okay. Okay. Okay, any questions on the transfer time adjustment that Transit made? No? All right, so Councillor Eady, do you want to pass a motion to receive the verbal report? All in favor? Carried. Okay, now I think what we're going to do is we're going to maybe move up item number 11 on the agenda. And
We'll just need a suspension of the rules to allow that item.
to allow, to move it up?
No, to add it to the agenda.
Oh, these are the addendum reports. Okay, so maybe we
Make a
can have
motion for all the addendum.
for all the
reports.
addendums, Councillor
Mr.
Sharma, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay. So let's talk about the expansion of on-request night service beginning in December 2025, and here we are in October. So
Okay.
good news.
So this one's also me. So at the September 11th meeting of this committee, a motion was passed asking us to report back on extending nighttime service throughout the city. So we've been working on that and that comprehensive report of extending service on many routes, including on request, beginning next year. That's going to be coming forward next month. As we were working on this, one of the things that we realized is that we do have an opportunity to introduce night service earlier in on-request zones. For fixed route service, there's a very long lead time that's required for us to be able to schedule the service, develop all the timetables and everything like that. And it takes quite a while, and there's no way that we could have come up with a plan to implement that in December. But on request is completely different because they don't follow routes. The routes don't need timetables. So what we've done is we've developed a plan to extend night service in 10 of the 12 on request zones. So these are all the zones that currently operate into the evening. And essentially and most of them end right now around 10 o'clock or 10:30 in the evening. And what we've heard from people is that this isn't sufficient for them to be able to get home from work. They need to be able to use this service so that they can get home from work. So the comprehensive extension of night service will deal with that in a more far-reaching way throughout the city. But this will make a big difference to people who can use the on-request service. So what we're proposing is in 10 of the 12 zones, we're essentially extending service so that it runs till almost 2 a.m. on weekdays and Saturdays until about 12:45 a.m. On Sundays. In order to do this, we don't need any additional buses because we have the buses available at that time of night. There is a cost for this though. The total cost to extend this service is $562,238. And this would go from December 14th, when our schedule change goes into effect, until mid-April, when the spring schedule goes into effect. For the 2 weeks and a bit in December, the cost is $85,765, and we're saying that we would pay for that out of the existing department budget. But what we're asking for here is essentially for this committee and then EPC and council to approve that this will be part of the 2026 budget. So that way we can implement the service on December 14th and carry it through to the April service change. And starting in April, that's when the broader plan that we're bringing forward next month would kick in and carry these extensions plus all the other ones forward. It's a little bit
Plus
confusing.
the other extensions on the permanent routes.
Correct.
Forward.
Fixed
Okay.
routes, yeah.
Fixed routes.
Yeah.
So 10 of the 12, what two areas did you not select and why?
One of them is the 104. It's mainly meant to cover industrial areas and employment lands, and there's nothing happening in that area at that time. And the other one is the 110 in St. Boniface, which is basically only a midday service right now anyway. And they've got fixed route service into the evening.
And they have fixed into the evening.
Where was the first one, the industrial area?
Yeah, South Transcona, basically, along Dougal Road, St. Boniface Industrial Park, and that area.
There's no overnight shifts or anything there, not that you're aware of?
Not that we're aware of. Certainly not that would warrant this much service.
So,
What is strategy?
okay, any other
The other thing associated with this is we're proposing a small boundary change to Route 103. So this is the northwest area in Councillor Swarmer's ward. adding Garden City Shopping Center and the McPhillips Walmart into the on-request zone, because that's something that we heard from people, that they want to be able to access those. If you take a look at Appendix 1 in the report, and it shows late night service areas, it shows right now which areas of the city are within 500-meter walk, so 5 to 7 minute walk of service that's available after midnight. And then in the lighter shaded area, it shows the on-request zones that would be added on December 14th. And what you see is that a lot more of the city will have service after midnight if this change gets approved.
Yeah, so the lighter gray is the new service that'll kick in December 14th onwards.
Right.
Councillor Edie?
So are there some routes that are being extended time?
That would be part of the November report that we're still
That'll happen.
in the system, and there's several fixed routes that would get extensions as well as part of that.
And just to clarify Councillor Sharma's question, it's December 14th to April. And then another report comes forward in November to speak beyond that.
So there could be further changes, but this is what we're doing in the meantime.
Correct.
Yeah.
But those ones that have come forward are the fixed route changes.
Yeah.
And the extension of the on-request service beyond April.
Right.
Yes.
We're not proposing anything different for on-request beyond April. It's basically continue this change that we're presenting to you.
So the approval we're seeking today really just goes from December to April.
April.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you find the drivers? Like, did you just say to the drivers, here's more hours, opportunity? Or, I mean, this is from, if they ended at 10 and then now they're going to be driving till 2, how does that work with drivers?
That'll be built into the operator sign-up schedule. So when they sign that work,
Right.
they'll choose what work they want to do throughout all of our service in the city. This will just be a part of it.
Right, so we feel we have the drivers and,
Yes, we might see a bump in our overtime requirement, but we're continually hiring. So we're trying to stay ahead of that game, but we've done quite well in the last 2 years.
okay?
Sorry, what are the 6 routes then?
No, there's 10 of the 12, 10 routes.
10 of the 12, yeah, but those are on.
On request.
Only on request there.
Right now. Then there'll be
It's
more.
not a route.
There'll be more coming forward with the November report, and that's where there'll be a couple of primary network routes and several feeder routes that will also get
November
extensions.
25.
Yeah, the reports come forward in November and for implementation in April.
You're on page 4, they're listed. Why don't you just verbalize them if you don't mind for the public record?
Sure. So the on-request zones that we're proposing extension on are the 101 South St. Patel, 102 Sage Creek Windsor Park, 103 Northwest, the 105 Meadows North, 106 Northeast, 107 Riverview Fort Garry, 108 Westwood Murray Park, 109 Charleswood, 111 Waverly West, and 112 White Ridge West Fort Garry.
Okay, okay, so now let's talk about, you've got, people can phone to do on request or they can use the app, right? So it indicates in here that the staffing, the human component of it will be done at 10 o'clock at night. But if people want to get the on request bus after 10, they must use the app. Is
The
that
app
correct?
or a web portal, you can access it through
Right,
regular.
app or a web portal. Okay, so that, you know, how many people phone? Like, how will you, if you don't, well, if you don't have a cell phone to use the app, you can use a web portal to book it.
Yeah.
You won't know the timing or anything.
You wouldn't get updated timing. You would see the initial estimate.
You go to your bus stop.
You can go to your bus stop, but if it shifts by a couple of minutes, no, you wouldn't get an
Right.
update with that unless you've got a phone with you.
Right. So how many, do you have any numbers on how many people phone versus?
Yeah, so it's a little nuanced because we don't have service after 10 p.m. right now. So,
Exactly.
But our estimate is probably between 8 to 15 people we'd expect to see trying to call in per night with these expanded zones. So
In each zone?
no,
total city.
So it's prior to the launch of the PTN, we only had 3 on request zones that were open after 10 p.m. So that's 10 to 1 a.m.
Right.
So different hours kind of.
Right.
But what we saw with that is that about 9% of rides were booked via calling in to an actual person. So it's already very, very low at that time of night. And so that amounted to approximately 2 people per evening. Once we go and expand this to now 10 zones for that long, we're getting some factors in there and doing some estimations. But yeah, based on that, we're guessing about 10 people or estimating about 10 people per evening.
So how are we going to be communicating this messaging to the public that we're expanding the on request? I mean, we do media release. What else do we do? Put it on the website. Do we make a notation on the website that after 10 o'clock, you must use an app or the website or a website? Will that be clear so people know? I guess your voice message will say also.
Yes.
Use the app or use the website if they phone.
Further to that, Madam Chair, I'd like to request a little paragraph that we've gotten for our e-blasts in the past, because we do have our databases of emails.
Yeah.
Our word, and then we can target to that area, if you don't mind, in plain language, because there's the press release, but the plain language.
Right.
What are we doing? When are we doing it?
Yeah.
Right.
Could you send that to us, Barry?
All of us. That'd be great. Okay. Councillor Eady, do you have any questions? Councillor Chambers? This is like great news, right? This is like, we heard you people. Now, maybe what we could just recap is the reason that we didn't have transit service after 10 o'clock was because council, we all voted to say, go away, come up with a new plan within the funding envelope that you have. So what you did was you increased frequencies on many of these routes, but to balance it, you had to end service at 10. But we've heard loud and clear, people don't like that. We have to find more money to give them the frequency, but yet have the hours go later to why 2 in the morning? Is that what people wanted? 2 in the morning? People are roving around after work at 2 in the morning, or
There's a lot of people that work late.
Still
that late?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
It also allows people a chance to connect into the primary network. So
Right.
a lot of those routes go up until 2 a.m. -ish.
Right.
And so we want to make sure that we can get a last ride home
Right.
from there.
Right, so you do the on request, then you connect to the spine or whatever, okay. Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, I'm thankful that these changes are being implemented sooner than later. I know that from the onset of the implementation of the PTN, that there was some thought about waiting up to a year before making some changes. I believe the changes that are being considered are somewhat significant because they're responding to the needs of the community, and to have these changes, coming forward in the coldest period of our of the winter months, I think again it does show that we're listening to our citizens and residents in terms of their use of transit. So thank you again for bringing these changes forward. And I'm hoping that it will resolve a lot of the issues that residents are currently experiencing.
Okay, and I think the majority of us here have no problem if a report shows up 2 days before it's to be published or whatever, if we're making positive changes, because that is a good thing, so,
You have to wait around.
I don't wanna wait another, this is good. Okay, so
Tweak the system when,
I need a motion on this report.
So moved.
By Councillor Sharma, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Now, before you go, I'm just wondering if there is a little possibility you could give us Transit's perspective on the Arlington Street 30-kilometer request. Anyone want to speak to that?
Adam spoke a little bit about it, but he'll.
So from our perspective, we're not really seeing buses get up to too high of speeds, or it's around, I think, 40 at the very max. I'm not seeing a lot of that. But if their speed limit was to go to 30, I don't think we would have too much of a problem with that. We can modify our schedules and make sure they make sense. I don't actually think a modification would be needed because it is such a short section.
Yeah, we're certainly not seeing buses on that street by way of the speed limit.
Yeah.
Speeding. And as Adam said, typically when we look through our own data, we're seeing on average between 30 and 35 kilometers an hour. With the stop signs that are there isn't really the ability for the bus to pick up that amount of speed to even get up to the actual speed limit.
Right.
It's challenging.
That's not to say that there can be a one-off where
Sure,
the driver is
for
doing
sure,
and
sure.
I want to make sure that could be totally possible. And yeah, so if that's where we actually want to go.
And we have put out a reduced speed limit for our bus operators to 30 kilometers an hour in that area. It is challenging because as operators switch in and out, sometimes they don't get the message or notice it. I know they're doing their best, but sometimes it does occur that they don't recognize that. But as we've said, we've typically seen between 30 and 35 kilometers an hour on there. So that's what our observations are.
So then, maybe not so much for 40K, but if the entire city were to go to residentials at 30K, that would have an impact on the transit network, wouldn't it?
It would, but it wouldn't be too significant because most of the streets are local residential streets and we don't operate on those.
Right,
There's a handful that we do. We were just looking at this morning as the discussion was happening. So in Lord Roberts area, I think it's Beresford and Morley, and there's one other street, I think Rathgar, just for a short block where we'd be operating. But it's a question of just short blocks that have stop signs.
Yeah.
And like we were saying, the buses don't have an opportunity to get going that fast. And even if they do, you know, they're accelerating. And if they accelerate up to 30 and then slow down for the next stop sign, or they accelerate up to 40 and slow down to the next stop sign, in terms of the travel time for that entire block, it's hardly anything. It's a matter of a few seconds.
Right, on
So this,
residentials, and we don't have a lot on the residentials, okay.
if changing a speed limit on a major street,
Right.
that's not being contemplated, that would
Right.
have a huge effect. But on these small streets,
Got
it
it.
doesn't really affect transit
Okay,
very
that's
much.
great to know, good to know, good to know, okay. Wow, okay, well, I want to thank everyone on the transit team, like the GPS, that's brilliant, that's excellent. And just making all the emails, calls, the passion that counselors and citizens provide. We're going to keep working on this. We haven't done a change in transit ever like this, and we know across the world that cities have done this. When we get the bugs out, it will work. It'll work great. So
One other thing I didn't mention is the person who does my job in Edmonton
yes,
did an interview with CBC Radio talking about their experience after their change.
Yes, we
Because
heard-
they did it
I
back
heard.
in 2021.
yeah,
And what we're experiencing now
Yes.
with people learning the new system, there being a lot of complaints, but them working through it, working it out. What we're experiencing now is exactly what they experienced back then. And for them, it's been a success and they've seen ridership increase significantly. But it took a little while
Right.
for them to work through the issues and for riders to realize how things have changed and to start using the network. So
but it was a significant increase in ridership when things had settled down, right?
Yes,
If I recall.
Well, yes, I just wanted to mention, because I heard it, and I've had these requests from like North Point Douglas and other places. And it's vastly improved, the people like it, but they have a lot, they have like poverty neighborhoods with on requests. Even though they might be close to downtown or whatever, they have 50 on request neighborhoods, right? So.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll release transit and we just have one report from the parking authority regarding the taxis topic. So we'll hear that, then we'll break.
Maybe even after that, we could try to keep going perhaps. There's not that many items left.
Oh, okay, well, everyone usually wants a break, but okay. Okay, thank you, transit.
Not there.
We'll get through.
It's only 5 reports.
Madam Chair. Jim.
As well.
Oh, he sure didn't look for you, but he.
All right.
Okay, we have item number 3.
Here we are.
Ride share loading zones. We got Mr. Grant Heather and Ms. Lisa Patterson from Vehicles for Hire and the Winnipeg Parking Authority to speak on this.
Okay, item number 3.
So this report is before you as, item's been talked about, out in the public for a number of years now where, the PTPs, the prearranged app-based ride sharing have become quite popular. And True North has come a number of times to request both to the public service, but also politically about creating dedicated loading and unloading zones outside of Canada Life Center and Burton Cummings, their two downtown locations, venues. And so quite a bit of work has been done by parking operations on identifying locations and looking at possible spots. This would take 10 evening parking spots out of inventory for parking, but turn them into dedicated loading zones, loading and unloading zones for drop off and pickups. Outside of the 5:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. During the day, they would be paid parking area, paid parking spots. Essentially, the impetus for this is to reduce traffic congestion and cycling by vehicles around Burton Cummings and Canada Life while they're looking for the pickup of the prearranged ride for citizens and concert and sports events and other events goers as they're coming and going from the buildings. And what's essentially required is two parking bylaw changes to accommodate this, which would be for regular vehicles stopping in a restricted zone, and for rideshare vehicles staying in it for longer than the 15 minutes they're allowed for that pickup and drop off time. And then that's essentially the report.
Okay, Councillor Eady? Okay.
Around True North facilities, is there already a regular industry taxi cab stand around?
Yeah, there's 6 of them in the general vicinity.
Right by arena, right there.
Yep,
True North
Shark
is
Club.
asking for?
Yeah, Shark Club, right outside of Shark Club.
How many stalls for taxis there?
I think there's 4. 3 or 4.
That's
There's
on-
quite a
is it-
bit of space
Is that
there.
on Ford or Smith?
That would be right on Hargrave.
Harvard, okay.
No, Carlton, sorry. Carlton.
'Cause I'm
That's the
looking-
Carlton side.
Is it on the map that's
Yep.
attached?
Yeah, if you look at the map, there's right outside, so the Canada Life Center is Portage Avenue, Carlton, and Donald. Carlton, that area there, Hargrave, Donald. And so there's a spot at Carlton and
It's right on the street or
St.
is
Mary?
it in a parking lot?
the taxi cab one? No, it's right on the street, right outside. You come out the doors of Shark Club there, so City Place. You go up into there, you go into the main floor, or you go up the escalator into Shark Club. Come out that entrance, it's right there. And it's been there for years. And then there's 2 other locations located on, one on Hargrave and one on Donald. Both between Graham and St. Mary.
Okay, so around the Burton Cummings, what's
There's one over on Smith Street.
on Smith?
Yeah. Smith and
So where is this proposed one for?
the proposed one for rideshare is right off
Personal vehicles for hire? Stop, this ride,
It's Notre Dame.
yeah, Notre Dame. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, Notre Dame?
Yeah.
So not rated.
Yeah.
So I have a concern here. So the traditional industry has been losing business. Number of things happening because there is still an unfair competition that was laid out in that vehicles for hire bylaw. So here we are, we're continuing to promote or move on. I know there's this so-called issue of safety of drop off or drop on, but what's happening here is now you're establishing things that at least give the traditional industry a little bit of advantage. Why? So you're only doing this because True North requested it?
I wouldn't say that would be the only reason. I mean, there's a piece of it, but responding to one of the biggest venue in downtown Winnipeg would be a reasonable request for parking to consider. I think also there's, issues around traffic flow and climate, vehicle cycling all winter, looking for spots to stop on the curb and pick the people up who have prearranged. I think this is the natural curve of responding to what citizens are looking for. I mean, I don't disagree that there's been a change.
But it's unfair competition.
But competition is exactly competition. It's not our job
You created
to.
an unfairness and now you want to give some advantage to the one who got the best deal.
I would suggest that we've put a significant effort into leveling the playing field the last number of years, but leveling the playing field is a two-way street. Well, I never said it's level. I said leveling. That's still work to be done. But it's a case,
Isn't it good
Councillor,
enough they
that,
got their advantage on cheaper insurance? Isn't that good enough?
but that's a discussion you should probably have with this. But then we're not talking apples and oranges. That's a discussion you should be having with MPI, not the city of Winnipeg.
That's the thing, the province dished this on us and, anyway. So how are you gonna enforce what? So I'm driving to Duffy's and you know what? Hey, I wanna pick up and drop off right there too. How are you enforcing this?
So there's a plan with both parking enforcement and vehicle fire enforcement to not only educate both sides and educate citizens. There's a plan we've discussed with True North on educating their customers about the locations and educating them about the options. Companies have the option of partnering themselves with True North to get the word out and to get their business model into the hands of the customers, the 15,000 plus fans who are, what's that?
I said, so a big corporation is promoting the, anyway, so I'll ask you this question. Don't I, as a passenger, have a right to be safe getting dropped off by the True North arena?
Well, absolutely.
So
That's
if
why
I'm
this- that's
using
why
my
this is
Duffy's
happening.
taxi, don't I have a right to be dropped off and picked up there?
There's existing.
I want to be safe. I'm a passenger.
There's
blind.
existing spots and loading zones.
Further to that question,
would be-
Grant, if I may, and then I'll give it back to Councillor Edie. Where is you mentioned where the existing taxi cab stands are. Where would be the new parking stalls again around True North? I'm just looking at the map.
Yeah, so there's one on Portage Avenue.
So Portage and what's the cross street? Oh, this is the new,
Carlton and Hargrave.
okay, so Carlton and.
Yeah, so it would be west of the building.
Do you know the book fair on Portage?
Yes, I'm just looking at
Yeah.
Carlton and Hargrave, yeah.
And then there's another one on Donald Street between Graham and St. Mary. So it would be south of the building.
And the taxi cab stands are in and around the same area, but what is the prime location? Which one would you say is more of a prime location? Not sure.
The prime location would
Portage
be,
Avenue is the best.
the prime location would be right outside the building, but that's not feasible because transit has the entire block. Ultimately, creating some sort of space that could be multi-used would be the best, but the industry would never like that. That's not something that would be feasible. It's simply not. They have to be separate.
Was there any feedback from the taxi industry?
The taxi industry appears to not be in favor of it.
Why? Have you talked to them? Why?
No, all I've gotten, they feel that it'll impair their business. That's the most I've gotten out of them. But there's been no discussions around it. They haven't brought anything formal forward. And so, I'd welcome that. We've told them over and over the last number of years that if they are looking for loading zones, if they are looking for items around potentially being able to turn right on red lights like buses can on certain one-way streets downtown, to bring those proposals forward, document them, and then we'll work with, the engineers and streets and that at Public Works to determine whether they're safe, whether they're feasible, things like that, to bring them forward. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But those requests don't come.
Okay,
So
but do we proactively know what some of those things are? And you don't need to tell us the list now.
I mean, it wouldn't be.
Maybe we can work through some of those items.
It wouldn't necessarily be my position to proactively go out and search those down. I have far too many things to worry about to like on the safety side, on the making the industry run side, than to worry about those operational pieces on the street are what the company should be bringing to us. And they're the experts. I mean, I fully believe that they are the ones who know that Diamond Lane worked well for them and they can implement them. And that's been a really good thing for taxis. And that's, a place where they found something they could use out there that would benefit their service. And we were able to work with transit to make that happen.
Was there something in this report, Grant, about provincial approval?
So
I recalled reading that.
Yeah, so the province has to approve the sign because it's a new sign. So we can implement the sign on a pilot project basis, so to speak. And while the approvals are going through at the provincial level. And then under the Highway Traffic Act, the province has to approve the sign to make it actually a sign that can be used on the street
Is it
permanently.
a pilot we're proposing here? Or no? we're
No, so
proposing this?
the only pilot project piece would be the signage while that process is happening.
And how long is that approval process with the province approximately?
It depends. It depends if they're tabling it as a
6 months,
priority
a
right
year.
away. No, it could be quicker too.
Yeah, that would be more about, Public Works handles that piece of it, signage and that, so. Yeah, I mean. This is part of this is recognizing the changes that have happened in the industry and the changing desires and needs of customers. Right or wrong, Counselor, I know where you stand on this. I don't disagree on some parts of it.
Things are changing, that's right.
But I mean, that's part of it too. So much like transit,
Sending it to California.
much like transit is, well, I'd argue that the drivers who provide the service are Winnipeggers who are paying taxes here too, so.
Yeah, whatever.
So I mean, this is a level the playing field for the other.
Leveling the playing field for who?
Well, I think this is what Grant's trying to say.
They gotta.
No,
Holy.
I
Listen, I'm businessman, I know, and I understand competition,
Brent, I appreciate the
people are
report
changing.
for me.
You
Thank you.
allowed
I appreciate
unfair competition and now it's growing.
Appreciate the
That's what's happening,
report.
Mr. Evans.
Appreciate the report in front of us. I just saw it, of course, 4 business days ago. Did get some communication from the industry. Haven't had a chance to have any thorough discussions just yet. It was also mentioned in here, I think that there was some consultation or communication with the ward councillors. Did I read that as well?
Yeah.
They reached out to the ward councillors. That didn't include me because I'm not there. However, we've been knee deep in this file from the beginning and you've been there from the beginning as well. So I'd actually like some time to review this. So I'd like to propose, Madam Chair, that we send it. I just want to finish my thought here though. That we send it to refer it to the strategy, the Winnipeg parking strategy that's going to come forward. I think in the near future. When is that strategy coming forward?
So this really is a parking issue, right? I don't know kind of why you're here, not the parking authority. Oh, sorry. That's okay.
It's kind of a joint.
It's a bit joint because it's.
See with.
And because anything vehicle for hire gets to be worn over with us, so right or wrong. But yeah, that's why.
I have a question because this private vehicles for hire thing, and they are good drivers and not whatever, but it's changing. So what's going to happen when the hockey game's over and you got 10 people wanting, and they're booked their private vehicle for hire, are gonna be more of these things set aside because True North's gonna complain about it. Well, that's not enough. We need more. What do we do in that situation?
Same.
Well,
And the other.
yeah, I think, I think that's a hard thing to answer, Counselor, and I know where you're going with it. I know you're saying,
I'm
like,
just
I know
saying,
you're
like-
saying, like, is this going to suddenly monopolize all the streets around that area for this type of item? Over time, right, yeah, no, I understand that. And I don't see that necessarily happening because there are locations, like the airport has a system devised where the vehicles marshal away from the terminal. And then when they're called in, they drive up and go that way. So there's a possibility that we get creative down the road and turn, other lots into places where taxis could go. And that's where you go and pick them up. Like, it's almost like a staging area. Good word, Jim. In order to have the vehicles there, and then they're in inventory. I mean, my department sends out a calendar of events to all the companies every month of all the events happening at all the major venues in Winnipeg, so that they can plan their levels of service and make sure that they target vehicles to the right locations. I can't speak for what they use it for, whether they even use it. Maybe they just hit delete. But
all my Duffy's into the airport.
there you go. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? People are gonna pick who they want to use, and that's the thing. You're using the power of choice right there. Even though they're not the contractor at the airport, but that's your choice. And that's what we're seeing. That's really what we're seeing. I mean, I've said it before, I'm open to we continue to work with the taxi companies. We made a number of inroads, and we've got some good stuff coming, and it's going to be in the annual report coming up of some of the partnerships. But there are kind of citizens are also asking for this also. Like that's they're talking with their purchasing power.
They have the level of fairness of the competition. Anyway.
Okay. So Councillor Sharma has a motion to not to lay it over, but to move it to be incorporated in either the report or part of attached to the report for the Winnipeg Parking Authority strategy. Winnipeg Parking Authority strategy.
Months, I guess, or.
Next month.
I think it's November next month.
Well, it's just November next month.
Yeah.
What about the vehicle for hire report? When is that coming forward?
Likely for December, but I wouldn't depend this to that.
Yeah, I think we should put it on the parking lane.
There's a
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor.
So moved.
All in favor? Carried. Okay,
So this will still be a recommendation to council to refer this matter to the upcoming parking strategy.
that's great. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, team. Now we will move on to the next report, which, let's see, riveting report, item number 4, Route 90 improvements.
So how many items do we have? We have,
Councillor, thank you, Marie. Councillor.
6 more items.
6 roughly.
Or 7.
Well,
7.
5 probably because Councillor Mays wanted one laid over.
That's 7 items then.
Yeah, so you want to go just march through? Is that what you want to do? You want to take 15-minute break or no? Up to you guys.
5
minutes, 10-minute break?
I'll take like 5 or whatever.
Okay.
The intent of the committee to work to get through as much of the
Yes.
and no lunch break.
No lunch break, power through, take a 10-minute break right now, and then
Take a quick break.
come back. Come back at 1:10. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
If you need any, you can speak out into anything.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm going to reconvene the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works on Tuesday, October 7th. We are now on item number 4, Route 90 improvements. Public Services here. Welcome.
Yep, good afternoon, Councillor. I have Mr. Cam Word with us here, who's leading this project today and for the past number of months. Just in a little project background before Mr. Word takes over. Council accepted the preliminary design on June 27th, 2024. Accepted the report and referred the project to the investment planning process, and subject to that, requested to proceed, the public service to proceed with an independent value for money study. That brings us essentially to the, this follow-up and information that's within the executive summary. And I'll let Cam take over for the level of detail there, and then any questions that are going to be required. So go ahead, Cam.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair Lukes and committee members. So this report presents the findings of the study the director just mentioned and outlines the important next steps. So in short, the value for money study for the Route 90 project found two key things. First, that the best way to get value for money for delivery of the project is breaking it down into a series of smaller separate contracts. We looked at a number of what we call alternative delivery methods for delivering the project, assuming it's funded. For example, P3 would be one of those. There's others as well. And the findings of that was that breaking it down into a series of smaller separate contracts is a more flexible and efficient approach rather than a single large contract using an alternative delivery method. Secondly, Deloitte also provided a service to review the benefit cost analysis that was previously prepared and reported on by the public service in 2024. And they found that the benefits to the city still outweigh the costs. And again, just to highlight that the benefit cost analysis that was done strictly looked at the benefits of adding the extra lane, not the entire project itself. Just looked at the cost of the extra lane and the benefits of the extra lane. So not commenting on renewing the existing infrastructure, including the bridges and two lanes in each direction. So that was primarily what Deloitte provided us in terms of their deliverables for their assignment and the value for money study. And then this report in front of you today also comments on the next steps for the project. And the most urgent message there is regarding the St. James bridges. They are deteriorating and carry almost 78,000 vehicles a day, making them that segment of roadway the busiest in the city. So putting a bit of a timeline on things for those bridges, the report notes that if we don't move forward with the full Route 90 project by early 2027, we will need to proceed with major repairs on the bridges as standalone projects in order to extend their useful life, which would be very disruptive, requiring full bridge closures for 1 to 2 years each, which would result in quite a bit of widespread traffic congestion. We can get into the reasons why if you like. But
Yesterday.
Right.
And one of the bridges closed.
Right.
Anyways, go on.
And that's really the next steps is just sort of outlining, like the rehabilitation of these bridges as a project has been needed for quite some time, but it's sort of been deferred as we wait on what's going to happen with the Route 90 project and the improvements, which, as we've all heard today, it's been an ongoing process for over a decade, I think, at this point. So the reason for that is because if the improvements projects moves ahead, that impacts the way that the bridges would be rehabilitated. Yeah. So happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions? I'll start it off. How about if I start one off? So in the cost benefit, like if you were just to do a bridge and do a cost benefit, how does that pan out? Like how do you, like a bridge needs repair. If the bridge isn't repaired.
Yeah, so again, the cost benefit analysis looked at adding the third lane in each direction. So there's a cost to do that. You have to widen the existing bridges. You add, not only do you have to rehab the existing lanes, That wasn't, the cost of doing that was not included as a cost, right, in the cost benefit analysis. Just adding the extra lane is a cost, and then the benefits of adding that extra lane in terms of reduced travel time and things like that was on the benefit side of the equation. And that's where the cost benefit numbers come through.
Oh, so it's only for the lanes?
It's only for the extra lane, one lane in each
It
direction.
is only for the extra lane. Okay,
Yes,
got it.
yes.
Okay.
So theoretically, you could do an exercise where you looked at, well, what's the cost benefit of, say, just renewing the existing bridges as they are? Like, certainly that should have a cost benefit. But to do an exercise like that, you would have to say, well, what, like, you're really asking, what's the benefit of having the bridge?
Open or not?
So you could theoretically remove the bridge from the transportation network, model how all the traffic's gonna get around, all the extra travel time that would be absorbed by those travelers, monetize that in terms of extra travel time, add it all up over the life of the asset, and you would get a cost. There'd be other costs too.
Sure.
No, I don't think anyone's proposing to do that, because obviously the cost borne by the network would be so high that it would just be, the reason we have a bridge there for a reason,
Sure.
because it provides efficient movement in the network. Yeah.
And where you're at right now with the life cycle of the bridge, it really needs attention. And you pointed that out, and there isn't funding for the whole project, then at least proceed with that.
Yeah, so we outlined, it's kind of like an off ramp, like obviously if the project goes ahead, the most efficient and ideal way to renew the existing bridges is to do that part and parcel with the Route 90 improvements project. So everything's compatible, right? One of the big features of the improvements project is we add a new 3-lane southbound bridge between the two existing bridges. So that's the first bridge that we build, if we were to do the full project. And then we would use that third bridge to essentially manage traffic more effectively as we renew the northbound. So what that would look like, for example, is year one, right, we build a new southbound 3-lane bridge. Year two, we put all the traffic, say, in the northbound direction onto that new future southbound bridge. The southbound traffic stays where it is. And then we can completely close the existing northbound bridge, rehabilitate it, modify it. And then we would move all the traffic onto, say, from the southbound bridge into the new middle bridge, and the northbound traffic would go back on the existing northbound bridge that's been fixed up. And we would have a clean slate to rehabilitate the southbound bridge. So we have way more flexibility, long story short, to move traffic around and keep at least 2 lanes of traffic moving in each direction. If we don't have that new bridge, i.e. if we're not doing the full improvements project and we're doing these bridge renewals as a standalone exercise, then we need to put both northbound and southbound traffic on a single structure while we rehabilitate the other one. And so you're looking at 1 lane in each direction, roughly speaking, on Route 90 for a period of something like 3 to 4 years.
Better than the Arlington Bridge. Nothing to travel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question in that regard though. So that sounds like a good plan. So it's my understanding the existing southbound bridge is the one that's nearest to needing a big rehab, let's call it. So in that plan, the existing southbound, the way it was spoken to me is you need to do it by the bridge by 2027, and it's the southbound bridge that's got the biggest problem. So help me out in terms of timing. If we don't go with the whole project and just let's say we do it incrementally, whatever. How is it that the southbound bridge existing is said to be in a real precarious position, almost as bad as the Louise Bridge, for example?
We were actually proposing the northbound bridge to be the first one to be repaired in the event that the bridges are pursued as standalone projects, with the southbound bridge to follow soon after. They're both at a higher need of repair based on the condition. of the
So they're
bridges.
both about the same in terms of its steel and piers and so on?
The southbound bridge is older, but based on the information I have, the northbound bridge is somewhat more urgent, primarily related to the deck. The steel, the deck structure, the riding surface of the bridge is really the primary motivation for renewing the condition of the structure. And of course, as when we renew the deck, we also fix up and prolong the life of the girders and so forth.
One more question. We always talk about the Keniston widening and talking about the bridges, but this goes all the way to Ness on Century, I guess it is. It's Century. Was there a cost benefit put on that as well, what they're doing on the north side of the river?
Yeah, so the entire cost of adding a lane over the project limits was considered in the cost benefit. So
you're adding a lane to Century as well? 2 lanes to Century?
It will
up to us.
all the way to Ness. Yeah, the additional costs of any road work approaching Ness or
Is that what already have the 3 lanes?
Portions of it.
Yeah, I believe it is already 3 lanes at that point. I think we're adding extending the turn lane and lengthening the merge lane from one of the ramps that it comes from Portage. So it's a bit more of a traffic kind of operations improvement there.
Right.
But there would have been a small, I mean, it's really not a huge undertaking in the vicinity of Ness. There's a few tweaks, I would call it, to the network there. Most of the costs are widening south of the river to the full 3 lanes.
Okay.
Council Chambers?
Yes, thank you. I mentioned earlier during one of the delegations that over the past weekend, we had a lot of rain and the bridge was somewhat cut off for traffic as a result of pooling of water. This may be more of a water and waste issue, but how going forward, how do we mitigate things like this until we can start on the new bridge project? Because it's going to have an impact on traffic if this continues to happen.
Yeah. I believe the location you're talking about is the southbound off ramp to eastbound. Yeah. So there is a low point in the road at that location. It's serviced by catch basins and roadway inlets that drain the road during high storm event, like large storm events. There could be, that's something that we've actioned, I believe, internally, streets maintenance crews to take a look to make sure there's not some kind of debris clogging those drains, which may be, I think there's 1 or 2 inlets there that provide the drainage for that piece of the road. Long term, so that's something that could just be more of a maintenance issue to correct. So we do thank the residents for passing that concern along. As far as going forward, that entire roadway will be reconstructed in the event that we do the Route 90 improvements project, and the drainage would be modernized and improved, and that would not be an issue going forward.
Well, and in terms of the entire scope of work, the realignment of Route 90 and the development of the bridges, I mean, there was a lot of work that was to be done underground in terms of drainage and sewer separation as well, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Really what we're looking at here with this improvements project is the complete reconstruction of the right of way. And with that, there's a complete modernization, upgrading where required, really a complete redesign of the roadway drainage infrastructure. So that would be definitely addressed as part of the improvements project.
Perfect. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's I think, is it correct? They're running a land drainage trunk pipe under Keniston? Is that part of the?
Correct. Yeah, the project does propose a land drainage trunk sewer to run along the Keniston right of way. It's not right under the pavement per se. It's actually on the west side of the the right of way.
And it's down deep and it's done by tunneling, right?
Yes, it's quite, I believe it's up to 3 meter diameter pipe, so it's pipe like that would be micro tunneled.
So, so there's combined sewer there, so part of the work, so that once the trunk sewer's in, then they have to, direct the land drainage catch basins over to this trunk sewer, right? In order to, is that right?
Yes, the new trunk sewer would be strictly for land drainage. So when it rains, the streets drain,
All those
properties drain.
properties along Denniston would be,
Yeah, right from
all
Taylor
those
to
roads would have
Academy.
their catch, line drainage catch basins, water going to the trunk, right? So that work can get done at the same time you're resurfacing the road.
So the trunk sewer itself would be sized so that at some point the broader
Neighborhoods.
combined sewer districts could be separated, wherein the sanitary sewers would be separated and go directly to the wastewater treatment plants, and the land drainage sewers, so stormwater runoff, would go into our new trunk sewer and go out into the Assiniboine River.
I'm just trying to visualize, because the tunneling doesn't require the removal of the surface. The tunneling they create big holes, mind you, along the area where they're gonna feed the tunneling equipment, right? So when you rip up the road, that's when you get to connect all the catch basins in the area to go to the trunk sewer, isn't it, Jim?
Well, you're talking about the staged implementation of a couple of those projects.
Yeah.
So as Cam had mentioned earlier, there's a number of projects that would be staged as part of that design bid built. And you would align the timing of the LDS works with roadway works.
Like the way it works in other CSO areas, they put in they did some work in East Jefferson, but the way it works is, the trunk sewer, and then over the next few years, they start connecting all the land drainage catch basins to the trunk sewer, right?
Well, and I guess, Cam, part of that analysis and discussion was related to the build out of Naui Odena as well. And how that would all operate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's savings on the trunk sewer. I don't see how you're saving money, but at the same time, when you're ripping up the road, it's the connecting. You're saving money if you got the road ripped up, and you can immediately connect all the catch basins, so it's flowing to the trunk sewer, right?
The way it's proposed is that one of the first kind of projects to be done would be installing the new trunk sewer, and then the roadworks comes after. And then as the roadworks is built, the drainage that services the road would connect into the main trunk sewer.
Okay. What's the estimate on the cost of the trunk sewer?
The trunk sewer,
Land.
yeah, the total was about 120 million.
So what? How far does that go? All the way to Taylor?
Yeah, it goes, right from Taylor to the river. Yeah.
Taylor's where the under.
Okay. There's table 2 in the report breaks down the expenditures by component.
All right. So, but technically you don't need that to move ahead though, right? With the Kenniston widening?
Yeah, we actually do, because when we widen the road, we're adding impervious area, which will increase the amount of land drainage runoff going into the combined sewer unless we provide a separate. So we need to provide a separate pipe, a separate land drainage only pipe to drain the widened roadway.
But technically it's a separate project from the trunk sewer, especially. It's a separate project from the Nesta Taylor.
Acknowledging that we've sort of divided, if you look back to table 2 in the report, it gives 2 numbers for the sewer works.
Yeah.
One is what we're calling the oversized cost, and one is the base cost. So the base cost has to do with the cost of the portion of the sewer cost to drain the project, and the oversized cost is related to costs to separate the sewer. So one is sort of like a project cost, and one is the oversized cost is more of like a ratepayer funded utility cost.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not part of the, what did somebody say, $750,000?
It's all built into the total project estimate. Okay, both items. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions.
So could you go over with us, this is a design build?
No, that's not what.
No, does the recommendations?
Yeah.
Design bid.
Design bid build.
You're recommending against design build and P3?
And others.
Yeah, those aren't the only ones, but I know that through the discussions this morning, P3 was brought up, and I think, as we know, if you take a look at how the province has evaluated P3s within our province, most recently with the proposal of incorporating that into school builds, and then the most recent change of reevaluating that in a different direction. So the province has a lot to say in what we would be doing there. But Cam can give you an overview on the design bid builds and where design build could have been or could possibly still be considered as well. So go ahead, Cam.
Yeah. So we're working closely with Deloitte here. We've took a pretty systematic approach in terms of the methodology in looking at a variety of alternative delivery methods. That's summarized in section 1.1 of the report here. But just to summarize, we started with an initial listing of actually 14 possible alternative delivery models. You can sort of think of them as there's a design component, obviously the build component, but then you can start layering in operations, the O, right? Maintenance, the M, and there's also a finance piece. So often when like a P3 is often the way we think of a P3 actually is it's got the design, the build, but then you're operating and maintaining often for like a 30-year handback period. But you're also financing. So these project proponents are working with financiers and whatnot to structure all that financially and absorb the risk over that 30-year handback period. So that would be like a full spectrum BBFOM type approach. You can start shaving certain things off, like you can cut off the financing and say, we're not going to have the private sector finance, we're going to finance ourselves. And then you can shave off, the maintenance and the operations. Like, for example, that was looked at closely for this project, and because this particular project is already so integrated in a built-up urban area, the operations and maintenance, having that done for 30 years by a separate contractor didn't make a lot of sense because we already have snow clearing contracts that work well. We already have people that cut the boulevard grass, as they're cutting all the other side streets. So it's already, the operations and maintenance is already. It's hard to carve out this particular project area from the rest of the city from an O&M perspective.
There's a lot of risk in this that the private sector wouldn't want to pick up anyway, right?
Potentially.
If I read the report right, there was a lot of risk they didn't want that.
For the price, yeah, exactly, yeah. Whereas, our previous experience on the Chief Peguis Trail extension, the first phase.
Straight through the greenfield, that's a real tough project, eh?
It's easier to carve out a segment of roadway like that for snow clearing and pavement repair and things like that. So, and we have, you add traffic signals, operations, right? You add transit service. So that was sort of, there was rationale as far as removing that. And then we were really left with the design piece and the build piece. Obviously a contractor would be building it, but whether to have the contractor design or to have it in the traditional way where the city hires a designer, it's set out for bid and then the contractors bid on it. So A number of factors there with, the biggest being when we have two existing bridges, it's very difficult to transfer the risk of sort of latent defects within those old bridges to the third party designers. So oftentimes we're dealing with
involved for the private sector, they wouldn't want to do that.
yeah, so all that considered, we looked at that quite closely and we came up with in table 1 here, you can kind of see the recommended delivery and contract structuring. And it's really, you're really creating a contract package for each major component of work that really emphasizes a single scope of work. So, a contract for the land drainage sewer would attract bidders that are specialized in this type of specialized work, right? Instead of having that as a subcontract under a general contract where you're always paying a bit of a premium, the prime contractors will carry a premium for all those subcontracted packages. And it also allows the city to sort of set up the project in a way where we can, let out contract 1. Once we see it's successful and it's nearing completion, we can line things up to let out contract 2 at a time where it makes sense and kind of have everything sort of gated as the project progresses in a sort of a controlled way. It allows us to manage traffic a little bit more effectively and efficiently. We can kind of tweak things in the overall delivery strategy as, things will come up. It's obviously one of the biggest challenges is managing traffic throughout the entire project. So it allows us to be a bit more flexible with that. The new southbound bridge structure, which obviously doesn't have these issues with latent defect risk, that was identified as a potential, just that new southbound bridge to go more of a design build type of approach where we could kind of carve out that one scope of work and let it out as a design build approach. But that's something that could be sort of determined down the road. And we've also identified a number of what we call sequential opportunity contracting for some of these contract packages. So for example, we have 3 consecutive years of roadway construction where there could be a situation, we can work with legal and our procurement staff, but say the first season of summer road work could be awarded to, the first contractor. And then there could be clauses in that contract that allow us to award it sequentially for the next scope of work each subsequent year. So that you're not always bringing in a new contractor to continue a particular piece of work. And same with the 2 bridges that we're rehabilitating, there could be an opportunity to award a contract to the first contractor on, say, the northbound bridge rehab and then negotiate something with them directly or to have them carry on for the second bridge. So there's some creative contracting that we can still do, but it's still within the realm of a traditional design bid build approach. So we feel that working with Deloitte and going through this analysis, that really is the preferred strategy for this project.
Okay, so you said the bridge needs by what year, 2027?
We're recommending that if the entire Route 90 improvements project isn't approved by early 2027, that we begin a preliminary design study for going ahead with the standalone bridge rehabs. And the reason we need to do that is because the traffic management will be totally different because we won't have that center bridge to manage traffic. So we're gonna have to look at that. We won't have to redesign what we're doing to the bridges. We pretty much know what needs to be done. That's already been designed. But we need to tie, once the bridge improvements are made and the bridges are fixed, we need to tie that back into the existing 4-lane road of Route 90. And so that sort of the geometry of how we get back, how much property we need, where we terminate that needs to be sort of identified and scoped out. So there would be a bit of a preliminary design process to figure out exactly what our approach is for just doing those 2 bridges as standalone bridge projects. Then through that study, we would set a class 3 cost estimate, and then that would go forward for budget approval for carrying on to construction.
Okay, so because we have, about 150 million left in our self-imposed debt ceiling. So this is a lot of money. So if we can't land this money by 2027, then at that point, we have to do sort of what did you call it? Design analysis?
A study.
A study, okay, so that's probably a year's study.
That would start in 2027.
So we start in 2027 and probably be like, I don't know, like what,
Couple million.
couple million or whatever?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, okay. So that would start in 2027. And then you'd study away for a year and then you'd come back and say 2028 and you'd say, okay, this is what it's gonna cost. And then in 2028, we'd have to find the money, which, you know, you're saying in here, it's going to be more? Is that what you're saying in the report?
No, not really more. Table 3 summarizes what you're talking about here. So, yeah, we would, and that's a class 5 estimate at this time.
Right.
The study, of course, in 2027, hypothetically,
Right.
Would refine that. But we are estimating 221 million at a class 5 level for just rehabilitating those bridges as standalone projects.
221.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's roughly, it's not really more, it's the bridges themselves, we're recommending that when the bridges are renewed, that they're done so in a way that it's compatible with the future Route 90
Right.
improvements.
Otherwise, there's throwaway.
Yeah,
No, we're doing one or the other, like, yeah. Okay, wait a minute,
Yeah,
Councilor Chambers.
And so really the 221 is really the component of the project to renew the existing bridges
As is.
and modify them in an improved way so that they're compatible if and when the future improvements.
Right,
carry
then
through.
there's still, that it would be just upgrading the 2 lanes at that point, because the decision is made for just 2 lanes. And so that would be that just is a 2-laner. Okay, so my question, so basically what you're saying then is by 2027, we have to figure this out with the money, because otherwise we have to start this other process, which could take 3 to 4 years till we'll probably have debt ceiling. We could probably pay for it ourselves at that point for just the bridge renovations. So, okay, well, I'm just, trying to figure out if we don't find the money, but we still need land acquisition to do the realignment, because it's funky the way, if we were just to take the bridges right now and just upgrade them, we would still do modifications so that hopefully we don't have that, we have a merge lane coming south when we come off of, wherever we're coming from. Going south, there's no merge lane, so there still would probably be land acquisition costs for the rehabilitation if we do not go with this 3-lane bridge, correct?
Correct, and I should have mentioned that table 3, which presents the 221 million cost estimate, that excludes property acquisition costs, because we just haven't
Right.
been able to define
Sure.
what kind of a property impact that will
So
result.
today, we're saying find $5 million in the budget for property acquisition costs. So, the intent is hopefully to do the whole thing, but if we don't do the whole thing, we still are setting this money aside. I mean, we can always use it if we don't use it, but there's still a need to do property acquisition.
Yes, yeah, it's really a start.
It's a starting point, yeah.
And the property acquisition, is it related to the bridges or the Keniston widening, the actual land? We don't know yet.
It would be both. I think, we'd probably start with the lowest hanging fruit, so to speak, in terms of availability. If a property comes on the market for a reasonable price, we might scoop that up, and there could be other particular properties that we target as being like higher priority in terms of, if there's still a question mark whether the entire improvements project goes forward versus the standalone bridge projects, we would probably target property that we would need in either case.
But we don't start setting aside money.
Yeah, 5 million is just a very portion of the property acquisition.
Yeah, so we can speak to that. Okay, Councilor Chambers, you got a question?
Yes, in honor of my former colleague, I would be remiss if I didn't ask this question, but what would be the impact of construction inflation on this project if left delayed year after year?
Yeah, the current assumption that we use for construction cost escalation is 3% per year. So generally speaking, that would be the impact.
Okay, so committee members?
Well, Madam Chairperson.
Yep.
I'm disappointed this is moving ahead better than the Arlington Bridge, but I'll move the recommendation of the public service on the Taylor to Ness project.
Okay, motion's on the floor to proceed with the recommendations in the report. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Okay,
Okay, just a quick question there. So Councilor Reedy, we're moving ahead with the Arlington Bridge.
No, we're tearing it down and it's not in the capital budget. The actual replacement is.
the decommissioning is funded.
Decommissioning and continued cost estimate.
Thanks, yeah,
Getting
good
a
job.
better cost for a two-lane. Where we have huge traffic problems called the McPhillips Underpass parking lot.
Got it. Okay, so now, we have the next item on the agenda,
Item 5, I believe Councillor Mays
on the layover.
requested a layover.
Which one is this?
Parking restrictions on St. Mary's Road between Marion Street and Furmore
He
Avenue.
wants the business to have an opportunity to talk more about it.
Oh, good.
4 days wasn't enough. So, okay, motion for a layover. Councilor Sharma?
Moved.
Amount of time.
So moved.
Next month.
Well, Marcus said.
Okay, Councilor Chambers for next month. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 6. I guess I have a question on item number 6.
Yes.
So where are you at with this project, with the Dugald Road resurfacing Plessis?
We're near completion. We've got, I believe by the end of the month, everything will be done related to the actual renewal project.
Perfect. What's the budget for that project?
The budget was in 2 phases. I think what's been identified on here is that the overall budget was 14.9.
Right.
That means, I'm not sure what.
But where are we at with
Oh.
spending the 14.9?
Till I get the final.
How long will that take?
It's usually, you're a few months after the completion of the project, and
Like, I would really like to see if there's any funding left over in the project to do the pathway. I'm not like,
so just, so in a note, there was some, no, what you saw, that picture that was,
give those pictures.
Lawrence identified earlier this morning. I met with the community on Friday. We did a walkthrough on Friday and all the locations that were identified with the grass growing in the cracks had already been pulled and were sealed by White Oak Construction, a joint sealing company that was subbing as part of the pathway improvements. So not only were there sections cut out, there was portions of the pathways cut out. There was other areas that were joint sealed, and we talked to the citizens about their concern about rubberized asphalt on pathways, but that's a standard treatment for cracks.
Like,
Yeah, that's it.
What about the crops?
they get to this stage without
So-
being maintained? Where's the people maintaining this?
Well, it's a very good question. Well, you're asking a number of things. A pathway was put in as part of some trails funding back in 2006. I believe it was kind of a knee-jerk reaction to the decision by CN to cut off the Midway pathway.
Yeah.
And so they created what I would call a non-conforming pathway. I hate to say that, but they created a non-conforming pathway with trails money just to more or less try to be a good corporate citizen.
Who built it?
Well, it was built with what was available for right of way width. You have an open ditch there. You don't have the ability to widen that out without impacting drainage. So it's not gonna get any wider.
Whose property is it on?
It's on our property.
And you let them,
No, it was at the time, it was done like 2000. When you say you let them.
not you,
Yeah.
but
In 2006, there was a decision made and it was more or less maintaining a pathway at a certain width in a certain area that probably if you did a proper study of the whole Dugald network, you wouldn't be putting it there.
That was part of the get her done era.
get her down era.
Get her done, get her done.
maybe,
on.
but in the, when you're talking about the pathway and the condition, there was a number of sections that were removed and replaced, as well as the joint ceiling improvements. So the other piece that's a concern,
Can we just finish the pathway first?
well, I'm not done the pathway.
Okay.
The other piece that you see there is the overgrown grade slope, right? The weeds, they're mowed once per year, right? So the pictures that you're taking, those weeds and grass and whatever's on that grade slope, which is a very high grade of slope, right? So it's not your conventional 4-to-1 slope. It's almost straight up and down because the ditch is the priority there, right? That grass grows up along, grows high, and encroaches into the pathway as well. So when you cut that, it does look quite a bit different outside of the cracking on the actual asphalt roadway.
Yeah, but you know what, like if this.
Yeah, we were there on Friday.
And if this was mowed and if you had killed off the weeds coming through the cracks and stuff with herbicide, like this is where's the parks, who made?
That's not parks. No. And this pathway, you're 100% right. And we identified that to the citizens that the crack maintenance and that should have been better attended to. Like it's an area that I guess when you look at it, you can tell it's not really standard treatment that was in there. It's a hard, like you don't necessarily get any vehicles on there because of its width, right? And with the moisture, the piece that you're missing is that there's a grade slope there in those weeds.
I mean, I guess you would think that the city council would have had complaints on it if it was heavily used. I don't know. I mean, this.
Well, okay, so let's go back to the a number of the questions that the individual here this morning identified, the local area councillor identified, and in meeting with the South Transcona community citizen representation last week and through emails. They're identifying a number of things. One, you said you had never been made aware of the Murdoch-Dugald request for signalized intersection going into the going into the park. There was improvements made on the turning lanes there on Dugald as part of the renewal project. They still said, we'd appreciate lights because of the busy time. That pedestrian half signal that's across Dugald, a 70-kilometer-an-hour 2-lane roadway, and just put up a ped crossing in the middle of that 2-lane roadway obviously requires some effective analysis. You don't just slap one in because it more or less it would involve a speed reduction through the hamlet. And so based on the information that was provided, and there were some other things, one of them is that on Dugald, it's kind of like a raised roadway from the hamlet. So the hamlet's in a lower, that's why we have all the moisture issues in the spring and drainage issues. So when you get up onto Dugald, the grade of the access roadways rise up to the actual roadway. And that grade is causing some of their concerns in the wintertime that they're spinning, because of snow and ice and stuff like that to get onto Dugald. So they need more time and, they're concerned about safety in that. So we've recognized those concerns in talking to them. We've identified that we would like to, prepare a little more of a study of the area to say, do we come back and identify that 50 kilometers is the first thing we should be doing and get a bylaw approved for, say, a 50-kilometer zone between Symington and McFadden in the hamlet? And that would be our first and number one priority. But there's a number of speed changes in there that could, you got to look at a little bit bigger than just that picture. So we're willing. There wasn't an issue about not willing. The difference being is that somebody said, we have money, do these things right now, versus did you actually study that? And so the one key piece that the public may not be aware of, or the rest of the committee is that right now they're going through the Transcona South secondary planning, and right now they've come up with a draft of a land use plan that's going to follow community committee. And perfect world is that South Transcona secondary plan gets approved as a bylaw, and then we can do all our infrastructure planning to support that. So by doing all these things on Dugald right now, they have to align with what the plan is for that South Transcona in the future.
Yeah, maybe throw away otherwise.
Well, it's not just throwaway, it's not effective use of taxpayer funds outside of that zone. So we want to do some middle term type stuff, shorter terms type stuff, and look at that area, you know, over a period of time, not just say, this is where a pedestrian half signal goes and we create more problems than we solve. And even in the community, when depending on who you talk to and where they live, the people that are closer to Symington versus the people right in tight in the hamlet, they have difference of opinions where possibly those crossings should exist as well, and what becomes a more safer crossing when you properly study it. So we've received this information. We've been told, you know, to communicate with the counselors. The counselors provided the feedback. The community has a petition, and what we'd like to do is report back. I don't know the time frame, but we want it to be shorter than any type of longer term plan, so that decisions could be made, like seeing that February that we could implement for the start of the transition of the summer season next year. So we'd like to take this back. Well, like, for example, I think just if you're a visual representation of Dugald Road in the hamlet, obviously if there was a portion of that roadway that was reduced to 50 kilometers an hour, obviously that creates elevates or mitigates some of the safety concerns that they have about making an informed decision and the timing to cross that roadway, or for a vehicular access onto that roadway. So that's easy to say, but you got to do the study, and we got to put that in the proper place so that people don't deviate from it and create more problems. So
Okay, so what, can we write up something to that effect?
Yeah, we've got some wording to that effect. I can forward to Mr. Prince.
Can we also in that motion, look at the residual that is left from the road project? And if there are, changes or pedestrian changes that need to be made, that we can consider using that funding that's left?
There's infrastructure improvement requirements that I guess it would be added to the motion, that the existing capital program referred to as Dugald Road resurfacing be considered for the
resurfacing.
Yeah, Dugald Road is and then Plessis is the other portion of it. Plessis is happening next year.
Okay.
Dugald is this year.
Sure. So that if there is any residual funding from the Dugald Road resurfacing and the Plessis Road resurfacing, that if there's active transportation improvements that result from your study, that they be
Well, forward the
funded from the residual.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got some wording, you're gonna send it to him?
Yeah.
And then you're gonna read it to us? That'd be
Yes.
great. Okay. That's gonna be a motion that I'm gonna put forward. I don't know if you guys are gonna support it or not, but we'll let him, yeah.
So
you can-
once the project closes off, then you'll see what residuals left. And then
Well, when you have two different roadways, yeah, you're not gonna have an immediate savings, as what, we explained this already, so it's.
What did you say there? That you're not gonna have residuals, or what did you?
No, well, you've got two road projects in this combined 14.9 million.
Yeah.
So they might say, might be good on Dugald, but when they get the pluses, could be more expensive, right?
Yeah.
See what the outcome of the study tells us.
Right,
Okay,
I like that.
you guys okay with that?
Good with that motion, I'll move it if you want.
Yeah, you can move it once we write it up, so.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a break while we work on this motion, or?
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break.
Quick break?
Okay. Welcome back to the Stepping Policy of Public Works on October 7th, 2025. Okay, so now we have a motion related to our discussion, our last discussion. Maybe Mr. Clerk, you could read the motion.
Absolutely, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to complete a traffic study and report back in 150 days to include the following, but not be limited to: 1, the need for pedestrian crossing control to provide connectivity between the residential area on the south side of Dugald Road and the asphalt pathway along the north side of Dugald Road. 2, review of vehicle access and safety to Dugald Road, including possible signalization at one or more locations. 3, a review of speed limits in the area along the Dugald Road corridor. And 4, and investigate or consider making use of residual or surplus funds from the current works underway along Dugald Road and Plessis Road to fund said upgrades.
So moved.
No, just wait. Number 4, can we just get rid of investigate and consider and just put make use?
Consider using the surplus.
I don't know, just do it. If there is any,
Or just do it.
just do it.
Okay.
We can investigate. and
No,
consider
that's
in
fair. Yeah.
Perpetuity.
Okay.
Okay. And then when you're finished with that, if you could send it to me, that'd be great.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion. Counselor Edie's moving it. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all right.
Item 7.
Item 7. Oh, okay.
Yeah, item 7 is pedestrian crossing upgrades at Hazeldale Avenue and Watt Street. Public Service was directed to investigate options to upgrade the existing ground-mounted school crosswalk on Watt Street at Hazeldale Avenue. Crosswalk investigation studied vehicle and pedestrian volumes. The study at this location showed volumes did not necessitate a crossing control upgrade. However, the Public Service is planning a curb extension of the crosswalk to improve safety. This will reduce the roadway width for vehicles and the crossing distance for pedestrians. Temporary traffic calming curbs will be installed at the west side of the crosswalk later this year. It will stay in place until a permanent solution can be built.
Excellent. I'm willing.
Okay. You want to move that, Counselor Edie?
Yeah, I think this is good. I mean, I understand the neighborhood and the daycare being there and all that said, but I think that the proposed solution is good, and you're gonna put in a temporary until there's a budget to install permanent. Is that right?
That's the idea, yes.
Yeah, I'm willing to move that.
Okay, all right. Counselor Edie moves it. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
8,
Traffic study.
Arlington Church.
It's yours. Traffic study, intersection of Arlington and Church.
Yes, the Public Service is asked to investigate if four-way always stop would be suitable for the intersection of Arlington Street and Church Avenue. Staff reviewed traffic counts from February 2025, and according to the city's guidelines for stop signs, always stop control is not needed. As such, is not recommended at this time. Staff later looked at May 2025 traffic numbers from Arlington at both Church and McGray Avenues. The goal was to determine if pedestrian crossing controls were needed. Based on the city's guidelines for pedestrian crossings, a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, or RFB, treatment would be suitable at Arlington and Church. The location has been added to the crosswalk prioritization list. It will be considered for a future budget year.
I have a couple questions, ma'am.
Okay.
So, February 25, no Arlington Bridge. But would the increased traffic on Arlington had any effect? Because the 4 ways to say on Arlington, but there's not enough motor vehicle traffic up and down Church, right? Is that correct? To have a 4-way?
To have a 4-way?
Yeah, if you went with an all-way stop.
Yeah.
Right, which is used to control traffic. I have somebody thinking that 4-way stop is helpful somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I'm just.
Yeah, it's just
clarifying for the
15%.
public. Well, let me just finish.
Okay.
So the criteria for a 4-way stop is it's to control motor vehicle traffic, so there's an opportunity for the vehicles to proceed in a orderly fashion. Is that correct? and give the pedestrian the right of way there, right?
Those are aspects of it, yes, yeah.
Yeah. What are the other criteria to actually install a four-way stop sign? Stops.
The warrant?
Yeah.
Okay, based on page 5 there, Dave.
Yeah, we have the explanation, the warrant in the document. We say there's a need for, like, the certain criteria you have to meet in order to get a four-way stop put in. So we want to see the number of collisions that are happening within a 3-year period. We want to see that there's the right visibility conditions, obstructions and issues in the area. And then there's a weighted scoring system that we use to get different criteria. Each one's given a rating on a 0 to 5 scale, and you add up and you see what the scoring is. If you reach 70% of that scoring, then we move forward with it.
Yeah, great. Okay, good. I just want to make sure that's clear. In terms of the proposed, I guess you'd call it, protection for the pedestrians, right? So describe to me, I don't know if I've encountered one of these.
Yeah, this is a very new system in Winnipeg. It's a system that's being employed in other cities, most notably Calgary. These are very large, like concrete blocks. They're painted a bright color. There's either dyed or painted. They're used to, like, we put them together and we create like a where the curb would be. We're using this large portable units to make the curb. When we say they're portable, they can be moved by equipment, but they weigh, I believe, between 800 and 1,000 pounds each. So they're just like a piece of the kit. They're like a block of curb that we can then put together into different configurations. So you can use them to, like, say, move in the edges of a road to neck it down like a bowl bin. Like, you got bulb outs. That's one way to use them. You can use them to create like median islands.
But through the chair, as the councillor knows, this stretch, Arlington and McCrae, you already have that bulb out.
Yeah.
And
essentially, McCrae's one of those, not a greenway, bike something or anyway.
Yeah. The 30-kilometer greenway across McCrae. It's a block north of the church.
Yeah.
This location here, you have St. Clair Park Community Center is the northwest corner.
Right.
The reason why this was brought to your attention probably was Walter on the corner of Arlington and Church having vehicles crash into his, that's correct, in the northeast corner of his property.
The southwest corners had issues.
Yeah, southwest corner is a bus stop. And so we're adjacent to a bus stop.
Yeah.
The thing is that what you do have is again, it's the warrants aren't there for the vehicles as Mr. Papin identified, but when you're talking about pedestrian crossing and leading everybody to an improved community with new basketball courts and items like that, that's why the crosswalk in part and parcel is put forward for future years.
So future years, am I gonna see this in the road safety? I don't think we've got that report back yet.
No, that's coming. When's that coming? The road safety report, annual.
I'd have to check. I believe it's November. But
next
will I see this?
I don't know if you'll see this particular location as part of that report, but we do have each year we have a budget for doing construction at different locations. I believe we're pretty close to tapping out the budget for this year, which is good because we're at the end of the construction season. We're going to be looking at like next year's budget, adding into that list there. I believe, given the issues that were raised by the public, that this stands a good chance of being included in the next go around for projects. It's small scale, so I think it's easily something you can move forward with.
Okay, and really, this is not gonna we ever get a Arlington Bridge back, but right now, I guess at peak hours, there's still a fair bit of traffic on there. So this isn't gonna impede that traffic, right?
No, we don't expect it to. Like,
it's not a big deal.
It's not gonna create like a failure or tons of opposition.
Right. Okay.
As a result of the Arlington Bridge closure, what you have seen is probably an increase to Church East West. More from Arlington westerly to McPhillips. Because now it's either if there was work on Mountain or there's work on Selkirk, that's the routes they would take. If those are backed up or there's a problem at the lighted infrastructure at Selkirk and McPhillips, people take alternative routes to find the shortest path of resistance. So Mountain had construction on it just west of McPhillips this year. So Church saw an increase to cross traffic because they were going right through to the industrial area, Church Industrial Park, instead of taking Mountain.
Oh, it's Inkster Industry.
Yeah. That's part of it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll move there.
Quick question here.
Okay.
What do these things cost? Are they reasonable?
The TC Kibs, I mean?
The rectangular rapid.
No. Flashing beacons, they're in the neighborhood of $5,000. Plus, if there's any like special electrical requirements that can add to the cost a little, but one of our lower cost improvements.
Okay.
That's what's being proposed here, right?
Yeah.
How do you activate that thing?
Usually the same kind of controls as a crosswalk, so either a push button or a motion detector.
They have a little beam. Oh, it's done by motion. Okay.
Yeah. There's different ways.
Motion, that's a get out of here, really?
It can be done differently.
No, right on. I like that. I was trying to get traffic to do that back in the early 2000s, late 90s. Good. Anyway, I'll move the recommendation of public service.
Okay, all right, Councilor Reid is moving it. All in favor? Carried. Okay, perfect. Next item on the agenda.
That looks like it's the addendum report number 9, the speed limit on Arlington Street from Portage to Wolseley.
Right.
Great.
So we talked a lot about this. Councilor Reedy had really good points. So did the people who came had really good points, right? I don't know what the width is of Arlington compared to other.
It's a narrower.
Narrower, right? So I guess what do you think the best thing to do, Mr. Patman, is to go away and just take a closer look at it after you heard all this information from everyone today, or?
Yeah, I don't want to overpromise, and I don't want to put my staff like rush them to do a study on this, but I think that doing some assessment on this as quick as we can, try and get some improvements made. It sounds like Transit's already made some inroads on this by asking for the drivers to reduce their speed, but making the modification to the speed limit, the posted speed limit, would probably be a big help. One concern that we've raised this with you, and we've raised it with some of the other people within the decision making of the city, is that we make a change here, we risk getting all kinds of requests for, can you do this on my street? Can you do this on all these like one-offs?
There's unique scenarios on every street.
And we are trying to get that report on the residential speed limits back to you.
Okay, when is that gonna come back?
We're looking at the first quarter of next year.
The first quarter?
Yeah, because we were asked, we had the report ready to go, and we were asked to put together a map that would show all the streets that were being included.
Okay, when was that you were asked to do that?
It was late spring of this year.
Okay.
And so putting that together, we want to make sure it's robust, and that'll answer any question anyone has, because we'll be able to say, yeah, you're asking about this segment of the street.
Right.
Here's what we've said is the requirement.
Right.
Here's what we'll be doing with it. So rather than being that we just have the concept that we want to move forward, we actually have the.
Sure, people
there's
are gonna wanna
everything
know
that's
if I'm
included,
read
yeah.
on it or not.
Yeah, so that's something we're working with a consultant to get finalized.
Okay.
And so we're trying to wrap that up for this year, so that we'll have the thing ready to go to the RIS for the beginning of next year. But I think we said March. If we can get it before March, we're gonna bring it in before March.
Okay, so just let me, so you're gonna go away with this one now, you're gonna go away and you're gonna sort of look at it, are you gonna come back with a report or something, or?
Yeah, like I think depending on how we wanna act, like there's issues that you can't just change the speed limit, you gotta do the bylaw, as it was said this morning. But if we can find a way to expedite this and come back with a available report, if that's fast, I know available reports aren't preferred, but maybe
a verbal report.
Maybe available report will be the solution, but if we just want to do a written report, if we can take like a month to do the report itself, and then the time it takes to get it through the RIS and back onto the agenda, I'm thinking we're talking about 90 or 120 days to complete that, and that will be as quickly as we can get this done.
We don't know
Six-
if, we don't know if there's gonna be a speed change or not.
No, but I think it seems like just engineering judgment says that that's likely the solution.
So just interesting enough, Chair, like whenever these come up, it's almost, again, the statements from the community stakeholders that are directly impacted by that storyline. So you just change this to 30 and you jump over to Home and Evison on either side.
Yeah.
They're both exactly, all three are 700 meters in length. All three have 2 stops. Well, the difference is that this is a 4-way stop location. So Arlington southbound is a 4-way stop at the 2 stops, which is Preston and Westminster. Whereas the other neighboring sides, they are only 2-way stops. And so there's through traffic allowed. So when you divert people to the same 50-kilometer speed limit on a more unsafer route, we have to take a look at that.
So we have to
provide
take
a
a look.
response.
Right, how it all.
Because all there is 2 stop, there's 2 4-way
You
stops
don't
in
wanna
this
create
network.
new problems and have new
Right,
delegations
no,
coming in.
like we haven't.
And we've heard that before when we're trying to solve an issue.
Yeah, like this is similar to the Cambridge issue, right?
Heard that several times.
Oh, yeah, no.
But I also understand what we've heard from the public, right?
Yes.
Really compelling testimonials on how they're affected.
Yeah, I'll be taking that into account.
Buses can be shaking houses everywhere in the city. Like,
Yeah, right.
Well, that's one of our challenges right now, to be honest. Everywhere where there, and we've talked, it's not a storyline that is well taken by the homeowners. You can take your pick in the older grids. You got one joint failure and you have a bus that was previously going over it 10 times a day is now going over it 20 times a day. Well, that's double the vibrations you're sensing or feeling and user frustration. And we're getting that everywhere. And, we're trying to mitigate short term, like a lot of these roadways are in a fair or poor condition, right? And in certain areas. And so you do your pothole repairs and that, but every time it rains, and we can't just reconstruct everywhere that transit did their improvements in one shot. That's a major change that has to evolve priorities over time.
local road renewal is kind of, by the time you get back to it.
It's your collector regional that's impacted with the increase to the transit service.
I had a question. So is Arlington the Seven Oaks, okay, so does it, well, now that it has the bus running down there, so it'll have priority 2 snow clearing or priority 1 snow clearing with the bus route on it? What is?
Well, there could be either priority 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, like Jefferson's a P2, so, okay.
Yeah.
So.
Which pretty much they're in the same realm.
Yeah, the Jefferson's wider. Anyway, but before the bus route was going down there, was that the noted way to get off of Wolseley and head north? Like in my ward, Seven Oaks Avenue, actually we put a traffic signal in there now. And we made provisions for cyclists, one side of it. But it's marked as, it gets, the sidewalks get better snow clearing. It's like a P2 more than a P.
An enhanced P2 or?
Yeah, whatever we had. Yeah, I think we had an enhanced P2 to do snow clearing where it's not a greenway, but it's an acknowledged bikeway, right? Is that what Arlington is right now?
Well, Arlington receives, it's not a residential street.
Even when it goes south of Portage?
No.
Oh, really?
No,
It's
not a
always been a
residential.
part of the region?
It's been I think it was a P2. Written back. I'm trying to remember if it cuts off at P1 and 4.
Arlington on
take a look.
If I recall, Arlington on the north side is actually regional. P1.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But on the other side, it's a P2. Oh, okay. Even before the bus got. Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. So with the bus going down there, they're gonna have better snow clearing. Okay. Yeah. Anyway,
Here's a question while we're on this, okay? So now this is a public works question. So are we going to look at in our road renewal program and our rehabilitation and maintenance program, are we gonna look at roads like Arlington? Like if the bus is going down Arlington, it's an old crappy road, like do we add that layer in when we look at road renewals and who gets a road renewal or not?
When when you're talking about condition rating and prioritizing it based on set criteria of distresses over time, right? So that pavement management system that we talked about before, that all part and parcel. When you look at the transit master plan and essentially changing routes all over the city in one shot, and you're going over that map analysis, when do we see it? Getting towards the end. Well, you're not reconstructing 80% of their changes to the road network in 1 year. It's all part of a plan. And if you had that plan well in advance of exactly where you were gonna go, then you build towards that plan.
Right, so now that we have.
Now it's a work in progress, yeah, because there's areas. Now, here's the thing, before everybody reacts and says every road that has vibrations is gonna be impacted, you're evaluating the transit changes over a period of a year before you even make important decisions of what state to go, so. Let's all be a part of that plan.
Yeah.
and once transit gets the smaller buses, like, well, although the 28, I don't think will be a smaller bus, but like on many of these so-called residential / collector, but residential, like Matheson's just residential. So it's what I was gonna say.
It would make sense to match the bus up to the types of roadway you're on.
Okay, Councillor
Well,
Chambers, got a question.
I just wanted to make another thing. So just to be clear, back when we first put in our local road program and whatever, and I've worked with our streets engineer who looks at, planning and putting together residential streets. One of them is the amount of traffic. It's more, if there's more traffic on a street like Burroughs, which is residential, it gets priority over, I don't know, Magnus or whatever.
Well, there's regional collector, right? There's regional collector, local collector, and then there's residential.
Yeah.
And so obviously residential, that's a lower volume, right? So.
Well, yeah, but Euclid's a great example. It gets more traffic than Austin, right? So anyway, but Euclid is a local road. It's not a regional road.
Well, it's a P2 Euclid.
Is it?
Yeah.
Anyway, but it's still considered under the local road program, not under the only regional roads are under the regional road program, which has a different criteria for getting work done, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only point I'm trying to make is like maybe Arlington now has a little more traffic on it, maybe a little bit more higher prioritized, as long as we continue funding local road renewal.
There's, you could go into that grid area just west of Arlington and you can pick out transit routes that the condition of the roadway is in a poor state that would be prioritized. And, Valor, for example, or section of Valor that has transit.
Okay,
Thanks.
right.
So to clarify on this, public service is simply reporting back, they're not conducting a traffic study?
No, we will assess it as part of the, during the time where between now and when we report back, we will assess.
So we need to move that recommendation from our committee, right?
Are you requesting a report back or a verbal report?
Well, I'm just trying to clarify what you're reporting back on.
They're gonna, yes, okay, so they're going to look at, Councillor Chambers has a question. Give us 1 minute there, sir. So you're going to look at the request to consider 30-kilometer speed change on Arlington in those sections.
Yes, Yeah, I think we've got enough direction from
Motion.
the motion and the delegation that we
Okay.
had from what they're looking for, why they're looking for it. So we'll take it away, and if we, we'll have to report back in order to be able to get a change made to the, if.
Right, so if there's a speed
recommendation
limit
to the
change,
bylaw changes.
you'll have to have a
Yeah.
report, because the speed limit change will have to go to council, but it should be attached to our report.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as much as we'd like a verbal to accelerate it, we'd still need a report if the verbal says speed limit change, so you might as well just go for the whole report.
Now, those reports can be fairly short.
Yeah.
To the point, that we
Yeah.
made changes to the speed limits
Sure.
before, they're just a very straightforward template.
So what amount of time do you want for this?
Let's say 120 days.
120 days. Okay. Okay, so that's the motion.
Do you want to hear from Councillor Chambers first?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Chambers, sorry.
Yes, so in terms of the Arlington, I guess it's south of Portage Avenue, was that road initially developed or built to accommodate buses?
I would anticipate the answer to that is no. This is the bus is routed here because this is the direct route for the bus. Like, it makes sense on Arlington north of Portage. It continues down here to get through the neighborhood and out. Generally, I don't want to speak for transit too much, but I do have some familiarity with this. They routed it here because this was the road that made sense to put it on.
I remember when it came forward to committee. I remember when it came forward to community, there was a couple of different options that were presented in terms of bus service in that area. But it seems to me, and again, the residents have talked about the setbacks of their houses from the street. And so part of it is livability in terms of the vibrations and so on, the noise, et cetera, et cetera. But the other part is safety. And so again, is this the best? I mean, I don't know what can be done in term. I mean, obviously the street can't be widened any, but how can we accommodate this to the extent where both livability and safety are mitigated?
I think in the
get rid of the bus service.
In the short term, it's this change the speed limits. There was talk about modifying the route so it didn't go through the area altogether, but then it would be a longer walk for residents to get to the bus if we just put it on the collectors through the area. You'd have to avoid this whole area and go around it. That would increase the travel distance for walking, which would also be unacceptable.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Reedy's made the motion.
So to clarify, the motion will be that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to report back in 120 days on reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour along Arlington Avenue from Portage Avenue to Wolseley Avenue.
Perfect.
Because there is the greenway there too, so, okay. All right, so that's the motion Councillor Reedy's putting forward. All in favor? Carried.
I grew up on Inkster and the bus used to go by there all the time. It wasn't a livability issue, except for the kids bumper shiny. Sorry.
Okay.
It's like, nobody wants the bus down there. Nobody wants a treatment center there. Nobody wants.
Yeah. Item number 10.
Yep. So this is looks like this is a new request for us to take a look at pedestrian connections across Academy Road. Well, the public service is able to take a look at this type of work. I'm going to say we're going to request 240 days to complete this. And if we get it done before then, we will bring the report in ahead of that.
Where are they asking for the crossings? Right?
There's multiple locations that have been brought up by residents. It's Academy Road, a very long extent of Academy Road.
So there's traffic signals at Niagara, at Oak, I think.
Yeah.
And that's it. I think
So there's very
that's
few,
all there is.
and there's
Heroin.
see more locations where pedestrians can cross. So we'll take a look at that.
Okay, a few different locations, but you will bring it forward if you're done early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll move that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Pardon me?
New business? Any?
We could talk about Northwest Hydro Corridor.
Oh, yes.
We got an update on
Do we
that.
have a motion for new business? Motion for new business? Councillor Sharma, are you making a motion for new business?
Sure.
I'll move, I'll move the motion for new business and Councillor Sharma has something new.
Okay, all in
Yeah.
favor, carried.
Thank you. We've been talking, we did speak earlier this year about the Northwest Hydro multi-use path in Northwest Winnipeg. That is in the old Kildonan ward and the Point Douglas ward. There was a bit of an update earlier this year, and I know we got something in writing just recently, but both Councillor Santos and I and the committee are wondering where things are at and what we see as the next steps.
You responded.
Yes, so we did look internally at this, as recently as the last, couple of weeks. And, we are very close to getting this completed. We've got to complete the drawings and then send them to Hydro for their review. That process did have some stalls in it. There was some, just work-related stalls. We are confident that we can get this done for the new year, like in 2026, that we will be moving forward with sod tanning and getting it into the construction season.
Great. Now, the drawings, what percentage are complete? They're just about complete in-house?
Yes, I would say upwards of 95% complete. It sounded like they were just, like, if they hadn't already sent them off, they were just ready to send them off.
And then, but Hydro's part is quite intensive as well. It often takes time. Do we know what that's going to look like?
I don't want to speak for Hydro, but we have been in touch with them and communicated this is something we want to see them moving quickly on. So we will stay in close contact with them throughout the process, using good project management techniques to make sure that if there's any issues, that we solve them as quickly as we can to get this thing moving.
Thank you. So the goal is the sod turning in the spring?
Yes.
And how long is the actual construction project? I don't recall it being overly long. I mean, it was maybe 6-8 weeks. Do you recall last time?
I don't recall what we quoted, but that sounds realistic, I'd say. Like, I'd have to get you more information on that.
But often there's a lot of finishing touches. So I think as I remember it, we actually did the opening the following year.
Yeah, on phase one?
Yes.
Yeah, because of the lighted crossings on places like Hastings.
And just the landscaping and just.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure it looks
Okay.
real aesthetically pleasing and have a nice ribbon cutting type of thing.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna keep on it?
Yeah, and we'll keep you updated as we have done in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So motion to receive the verbal report as information?
So moved.
right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move adjournment, Madam Chairperson.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Here we go.
We're done?
We're done.
All right, thank you.